The night is long, and there is no need to meet it with attention. The hours will pass regardless of effort. You may let the voice become only a texture, a distant signal describing a world that moves at the pace of settling dust. There is nothing to solve here, only a slow turning of pages in a book already written, a story that continues whether you listen closely or not. Rest is permitted. Sleep is not an interruption. The darkness in a medieval household was not uniform. It pooled in corners, gathered beneath tables, and clung to the rough-hewn beams of the ceiling. What light remained came from a single source, a small flame housed in a clay lamp, its wick floating in a film of oil. This light did not fight the dark so much as acknowledge it, creating a small hemisphere of flickering visibility. Within this sphere, the day's final motions were completed with a quiet economy of movement. Hands smoothed wool blankets over straw-stuffed mattresses. A last piece of wood was placed on the hearth, not to build the fire but to bank it, encouraging the coals to hold their heat through the long, silent hours. The smell was of cooling ash, of the earthy scent of dried rushes on the floor, and of the lingering, faintly metallic odor of the evening's pottage from the iron kettle. There was no ritual of preparation for sleep as we might understand it. One simply ceased the day's labors because the cost of light and the fatigue of the body aligned. Clothes were often not removed, but merely loosened. The cold was a constant presence from autumn through spring, a tangible force that made the warmth of layered wool a necessity for survival, not comfort. The body sank onto the mattress, which rustled softly, and the weight of multiple blankets, some of coarse wool, perhaps one of heavier fur, settled with a palpable pressure. It was a comforting weight, a physical signal of shelter. Breathing would slow, sinking with the faint, almost imperceptible crackle from the hearth. Eyes closed not on a room, but on a dense, close blackness that began at the eyelids. The mind did not race to review the day or plan the morning. The mind simply relinquished its hold, sinking into a state of waiting, as the body's warmth created a small, temporary dominion under the covers, separate from the chill of the room. Outside, the village was not silent, but its sounds were of a different order than the day's. The wind moved through thatched roofs, a soft, brushing sound like a steady exhalation. In the distance, an owl might call, its voice a low, rhythmic pulse in the night. Closer by, within a penned area, an animal would shift its weight, a hoof scraping momentarily against packed earth before settling again. These sounds did not intrude. They were the fabric of the night itself, expected and unremarkable. They defined the boundaries of safety. Anything outside this familiar auditory tapestry, the snap of a twig too close to the house, the restless movement of the livestock becoming agitated, would signal disruption, danger. But in the ordinary night, the sounds were a lullaby of mundane existence. The watchman, if the settlement had one, made his rounds not with shouted announcements, but with the slow, measured tread of leather boots on dirt paths. The passing of his footsteps, regular and heavy, was another marker of time's passage, a reassurance that the community's perimeter was being maintained. For those already drifting into the first sleep, these sounds melted into the unconscious, forming the baseline from which dreams might gently rise. The transition was not a cliff's edge, but a sloping shore into still water. The sleep that came first was deep, a profound physical surrender. The body, having spent its daylight hours in repetitive, weight-bearing labor, turning soil, hauling water, shearing sheep, chopping wood, claimed its due without negotiation. This was not the restless sleep of a mind burdened with abstract concerns, but the recuperative sleep of exhausted muscle and sinew. It was often dreamless, or its dreams were simple sensory echoes. The feeling of damp earth, the repetitive motion of scything grain, the strain of a heavy load. This period of oblivion would last for several hours, as the world outside grew colder and the last embers in the hearth faded from orange to a dull, persistent red. The body's temperature dropped. The shared warmth of multiple sleepers in a single bed became essential, a collective metabolic effort against the encroaching cold. People shifted in unison, unconsciously seeking the warmth of another back, the curve of a spouse's shoulder. It was a sleep of profound interdependence. Then, as it did for most, the body's rhythm brought a natural waking. It happened without alarm, without panic. Eyes opened to the same absolute blackness they had closed upon. The mind surfaced slowly, like a diver rising through deep, calm water. There was no immediate orientation toward the day, no mental list of tasks. There was simply the fact of being awake in the deep night. This was the watch or the dead sleep, as some records called it. It was expected, normal, a part of the night's architecture. One might lie still for a time, listening. The wind might have shifted. The fire was now just a memory of heat, a faint, dry scent hanging in the air. Beside you, the steady breath of another sleeper, or the smaller, quicker breaths of a child. The body was at rest, but the mind was clear, oddly lucid in the silent dark. This was a time for thought, but not of the anxious, circular variety known to later centuries. The thoughts were often practical, meandering, or devotional. A farmer might think of his fields, not with worry, but with a placid visualization of their layout, the quality of the soil in the lower pasture versus the rocky upper field. A woman might mentally review the state of her stores. How much grain remained in the barrel, the hardness of the winter cheese, the need to mend a particular woolen tunic when light returned. These were not tasks to incite action, but landscapes of responsibility to be contemplated in the quiet. Some would rise. The need to urinate was a common impetus, leading to a trip to the chamber pot in the corner or a brief, shivering venture outside the door. The cold air was a shock, sharp and clarifying. The sky, on a clear night, was an immense tapestry of stars, vastly more visible than any modern person can routinely see. The Milky Way was a thick, luminous river across the heavens. This celestial spectacle was not a subject for romantic reflection, but a clock, a calendar, and a testament to divine order. One might look up, see the position of certain constellations, and know roughly how many hours remained until dawn. The sight was familiar, a constant in a life of variables. Back inside, the body now carried the chill of the night air, making the return to the bed's warm hollow all the more potent. But one did not always return to sleep immediately. This waking interval was often social. In homes where multiple generations or servants shared a space, low conversations would begin. Voices were soft, murmuring. Topics were mundane. A memory of last year's harvest, a story about a grandparent, a comment on the health of a neighbor's cow. It was a time for sharing knowledge and gossip without the pressure of the day's labor waiting. Sometimes this period was used for intimacy between couples, a quiet and natural function within the rhythm of the night, private in the dark though not necessarily in silence. For the devout, it was a time for prayer. The rosary, if one had one, would be felt more than seen, the beads passing through fingers in the dark, each prayer a whispered anchor in the timeless night. This prayer was not desperate pleading, but a rhythmic, meditative practice, a way to align the waking soul with the perceived stillness of God's creation. This interval could last an hour or more. There was no pressure to end it. The body would eventually signal its readiness for the second sleep with a deep yawn, a heaviness in the limbs, a desire to sink back into the warmth. The return to sleep was often quicker, softer than the first descent. This second sleep was lighter, more prone to dreams. And these dreams could be vivid, strange, and felt to be significant. In a world where the line between the material and the spiritual was thin, dreams were often considered messages, warnings, or visitations. A dream of a plentiful feast might be taken as a good omen for the coming season. A dream of falling or drowning, a cause for mild concern and perhaps a muttered prayer upon fully waking. But the analysis would come later in the light. For now, the dream simply unfolded, a private theater behind closed eyelids, as the body rested further. The second sleep lasted until the first true hints of dawn began to dilute the blackness at the window opening. A gray seepage around the edges of a shutters or a leather hide covering the window. The sounds outside changed first. Birds began their tentative calls, a prelude to the dawn chorus. The air itself seemed to shift, losing the profound stillness of deepest night. This was the signal for the day to begin, not an alarm but a gradual, insistent change in the quality of the world. The rising was like the sleeping, a slow and physical process. Stiffness from the night's cold and the previous day's labor had to be eased out of joints. The first one up would kneel by the hearth, blowing gently on the buried coals, adding dried moss and small twigs to coax a new flame to life. This was a crucial skill. A failure to light the fire meant a cold, difficult morning. The smell of the first smoke, sharp and resinous from the kindling, was the true scent of morning. It spoke of heat, of water to be boiled, of food to be prepared. As the fire grew, its light began to push back the gray gloom, revealing the familiar interior of the home. The rough table, the stools, the tools leaning against a wall, the crucifixes or simple carvings on a shelf. The world reconstituted itself piece by piece. There was no rush to be anywhere else. The first tasks were intimate and immediate. Feeding the fire, drawing water from the well or a nearby stream, beginning the slow process of preparing the day's bread or reheating the perpetual stew that simmered in most households. The well was a social hub in the early morning. The trip to fetch water was often made by women and older children. The buckets, made of wood bound with iron, were heavy when full. The walk back required a steady, careful gait to avoid spilling the precious liquid. At the well, greetings were exchanged, but they were brief, functional. Information was passed in shorthand. Old Martin's cough is worse. The miller's wheel is stuck. The Lord Steward is expected today. This was the news network of the village, efficient and devoid of commentary. The cold water splashed against the sides of the bucket, its surface shaking with each step. Back at the house, the water was poured into a large cauldron hung over the fire. Steam would eventually rise, condensing on the low ceiling beams. The warmth of the fire began, slowly, to drive the lingering night chill from the room's central area, though corners remained shadowed and cold. Breakfast was not a distinct meal. It was a consumption of leftovers, a piece of hard bread dipped in ale or softened in the warming stew, perhaps a bit of cheese or an onion. Eating was functional fuel for the body's engine. There was no table setting, no ceremony. One stood near the fire or sat on a stool, consuming the food while mentally reviewing the day's work. The ale, drunk by all ages, was low in alcohol, a safer alternative to often questionable water, and provided calories. The taste was earthy, slightly sour, and deeply familiar. After this, the household would fracture along the lines of duty. Men would head to the fields or to their workshops, the blacksmith's forge already ringing with sound, the carpenter's plane shaving curls of wood that smelled sweet and resinous. Women's work was both within and without the home, tending to vegetable gardens, feeding chickens and pigs, processing the raw materials of life. Wool needed to be carded, spun into thread, and woven into cloth. Flax required retting, breaking, and spinning to make linen. Milk from the family cow or goat had to be transformed into butter or cheese. These tasks were ceaseless, cyclical, and dictated by the seasons. They were performed in silence, or with the company of other women, their hands moving with an automatic skill born of lifelong practice. The rhythm of spinning a spindle, the pull and release of the thread, was a meditative act. The mind could wander while the hands worked, a state of detached focus that characterized much of medieval labor. It was not monotonous in the way modern work can be. It was integrated, each action directly connected to survival. The feel of the wool, the smell of the dye vat, the sight of a slowly growing bolt of cloth on the loom. These were measures of progress, tangible and satisfying. Children were integrated into this economy as soon as they were able. There were no years set aside solely for play or education. A child of 5 might be tasked with scaring birds from the newly sown fields, a job requiring patience and a loud voice. A slightly older child would help with herding geese or sheep, spending long hours in the pastures, a small figure under a vast sky, with only a stick and a dog for company. This solitude was not considered neglect. It was apprenticeship. It taught observation, weather lore, and responsibility for living creatures. Play existed, of course. Games with balls made of stuffed leather, sticks used as imaginary horses, dolls woven from straw, but it was interlaced with work, not separated from it. The line between chore and recreation was blurred. Gathering nuts in the forest in autumn was both necessary for the winter larder and an opportunity for exploration and mild adventure. The weather was the great dictator of daily life. Its effects were immediate and personal. A morning of soft rain meant fieldwork was delayed, and attention turned to indoor tasks: tool repair, leatherworking, sewing. A heavy, persistent rain could confine a household for days, the interior growing damp, the fire struggling against the humidity, the mood turning inward and quiet. A bright, sunny day after a rainy period brought a collective sense of release and urgent activity. Every hand was needed to make up for lost time. The sun's angle, the length of shadows, the behavior of animals, all were read with the attentive literacy of people whose lives depended on accurate forecasting. A red sky at night was not a pretty phrase. It was a reliable indicator of the next day's weather, observed and trusted. The wind had personalities. A gentle breeze from the south was benign. A sharp, gusting wind from the east could bring illness, or so it was believed. One lived within the weather, not in opposition to it. There was no concept of controlling the climate, only of adapting to its rhythms, of enduring its hardships and appreciating its benevolence. The midday meal, when it came, was often taken in the field or at the workshop. A family member, usually a child or an older relative, would bring a pot of stew, a loaf of bread, and a jug of ale to the workers. They would gather in the shade of a tree or a hedgerow, eating quickly, their bodies grateful for the rest. Conversation was sparse, focused on the work at hand, the progress of the plowing, the quality of the soil in a particular strip, the health of the oxen. The food was simple, hearty, and consumed without fuss. After eating, there might be a few minutes of stillness, of leaning back against a tree trunk and closing eyes against the sun. This was not a nap, but a moment of resetting before the afternoon's labor began again. The break was short. The sun's passage was the only clock that mattered, and it waited for no one. The afternoon was a mirror of the morning, a second-long act of exertion. Fatigue accumulated slowly, a deep weariness that settled into the bones. The back ached from bending. Hands grew rough and cracked, the dirt embedding itself permanently in the lines of the skin. But this fatigue was also a known quantity, an expected companion. There was no fantasy of a life without it. It was the price of existence, the physical testament to a day lived. As the sun began its decline, casting long, golden shadows across the fields, the pace of work did not necessarily slow, but its character changed. It became a push toward completion. Finishing the row, bundling the last of the cut hay, repairing that section of fence. There was a goal in sight, the return to the hearth, the evening meal, the rest that was earned. The walk back to the village at dusk was a slow procession. Figures emerged from fields and woodlands, converging on the footpaths that led home. Tools were carried over shoulders. There was little talk. The energy for conversation had been spent. The body was now a vessel of tiredness, moving on habit and the pull of home. The village at this hour was filled with the smells of evening cooking, wood smoke, baking bread, the savory scent of simmering pots. Animals were herded back into their pens for the night, their lowing and bleating a familiar chorus. The light faded from gold to violet to a deep, inky blue. Stars began to appear, first one, then another, then a scatter across the deepening vault of the sky. Inside the home, the fire was now the unquestioned center. Its light defined the world for the night. The evening meal was the most substantial, a time when the household gathered. The stew, enriched with whatever vegetables were in season and perhaps a bit of salted meat or fat, was served in a common bowl. Each person had a trencher of stale bread, which served as both plate and, once soaked with broth, food. Spoons of wood or horn were used, but fingers were just as common. Eating was a quiet, focused activity. The day's events might be discussed in a fragmented way. The north field is nearly ready. The blacksmith says the plowshare will be done tomorrow. I saw the priest on the road. It was a reporting of facts, not an exchange of feelings. After eating, the trenchers, now soft and flavorful, were often given to the dogs or eaten by the children. The bowl was wiped clean with more bread. Nothing was wasted. The time between the meal and sleep was short, a buffer zone of low activity. Hands were never idle. Men might whittle, repairing a tool handle or carving a simple toy. Women would spin or mend, the flickering firelight making the task difficult but not impossible. Children, if not already succumbing to sleep where they sat, might play quietly on the floor with a few simple objects. Stories were told, but not every night. These were often folk tales, moral fables, or recollections of local history, stories that reinforced community values and explained the world. They were told in a steady, undramatic voice, a rhythm meant to soothe as much as to entertain. Religious observance was woven into this time as well. A family might recite prayers together, their voices a murmured unity. The day was thus bookended by devotion, a framework that gave meaning to the toil in between. As the hour grew later, the activities wound down. The fire was once again banked. A final trip outside might be made. The body, warmed by food and fire, now felt the encroaching cold more keenly. The transition to the sleeping area was a return to the familiar ritual of the night before. The rustle of straw, the settling of blankets, the slow, synchronized breathing of multiple people in a confined space. The darkness was complete, a physical presence. The mind, having moved through the deliberate, tangible tasks of the day, had little to churn upon. It released its grip. The first sleep approached, deep and claiming. The cycle was complete, and yet it was not a circle but a spiral, moving forward through the seasons, through a life, through generations. Each day was similar but not identical. The light changed, the crops grew, children aged, elders passed on. The routines were the stable axis around which this slow revolution occurred, a testament not to stagnation, but to endurance, to a profound understanding that life was not about peaks of achievement, but about the steady, sustained effort of continuance. The night was long, and there was no need to meet it with attention. The gray light before dawn holds a particular quality, a silence that belongs neither to night nor day. It is a time of transition so subtle it is felt in the blood before it is seen with the eyes. In the countryside, this is when the mist gathers in the low places, coiling in the furrows of plowed fields and rising from the surface of still water like a slow exhalation from the earth itself. The world is reduced to monochrome, shades of charcoal, slate, and a dull silver where the light first touches the eastern horizon. This light does not illuminate. It reveals shapes without detail, turning familiar barns and trees into soft, looming silhouettes. The air is at its coldest point, damp and penetrating, finding every gap in woolen clothing. For those already awake, tending to animals or beginning the long walk to a distant field, this cold is a sharp companion. Breath clouds before the face, a visible testament to life in the suspended world. There is no beauty ascribed to this moment, only a raw, factual presence. It is the hinge of the day, cold and silent. Within the walls of a monastery, this hour held a sanctioned purpose. The bell for matins would sound, its tone deep and resonant, vibrating through stone corridors and under wooden doors. For the monks, waking was not a slow surfacing but an instantaneous obligation. The body, heavy with the second sleep, was commanded to rise by duty, not by the sun. They would rise from their pallets in the dormitory, a long room lined with simple beds, the air thick with the shared breath of dozens of men. Without words, they would don their habits, the coarse wool familiar against the skin, and make their way in a silent procession down cold staircases to the church. The stone floors chilled the feet through thin sandals. The darkness in the nave was absolute, a darkness that had been gathering since Compline the evening before. The only light came from the sanctuary lamp, a single, small red flame indicating the reserved sacrament, and from the candles they themselves would light. The striking of flint on steel was a sharp, dry sound in the vast space, followed by the faint smell of sulfur, then beeswax as the wicks caught. Light would grow, pushing back the dark in uneven jumps, revealing the arches of the ceiling, the stark lines of the altar, the faint colors of a fresco depicting the Last Judgment. The service was sung in plain chant, voices blending in a monotone that was neither melodic nor discordant, but a collective hum, a verbalization of the hour's stillness. The Latin words were shapes in the mouth, their meaning absorbed through years of repetition rather than intellectual translation. This was prayer as rhythmic labor, a work of the spirit performed while the secular world slept. The cold in the church was profound, a living cold that seeped into the bones. The chant created its own warmth, a focus of mental energy that made the physical discomfort a secondary note, a penance offered without remark. As the office progressed, the gray light would begin to stain the high, narrow windows, turning them from black to opaque gray. By the end of lauds, the world outside would be visible, formless, and drained of color. The monks would then file out, not to return to rest, but to begin the day's first period of work or study, the rhythm of prayer having reset their internal clock to a cadence separate from the solar day. In a merchant's house in a burgeoning town, the pre-dawn held a different tension. Here, the silence was not peaceful but anticipatory. The household servants were the first to stir, rising from their pallets in attic rooms or by the kitchen hearth. Their tasks were immediate and vital: reviving the kitchen fire, drawing water, beginning preparations for the household's breakfast. The merchant himself might lie awake in a curtained bed, his mind already turning over the day's calculations, the debts owed, the shipments expected, the volatile prices of wool or wine. The concerns were abstract, numerical, yet they carried a weight that could tighten the chest. Down in the counting room, ledgers lay closed on a heavy oak desk, their pages filled with neat columns of figures, a silent record of risk and fortune. The air smelled of ink, parchment, and the faint, pleasant scent of the beeswax used to polish the wood. This was a world being built on promises and parchment, a fragile construct compared to the solidity of land and crop. The anxiety here was of a different flavor than the farmer's worry about weather. It was a gnawing, intellectual worry about invisible markets and the reputations of distant men. As light grew, it would fall on the leaded glass of a window, perhaps illuminating a small, expensive stained glass panel displaying the merchant's coat of arms, a statement of achieved status in this new, fluid world. For the night watchman concluding his duty, the approaching dawn brought a profound, weary relief. His night had been a long exercise in solitude and heightened senses. He had walked his prescribed route along the town walls or through the silent, narrow streets, his lantern casting a small, bobbing pool of light that made the shadows seem to leap and retreat. He knew the normal sounds: the scuttle of a rat in the thatch, the creak of a sign swinging in the night breeze, the distant cry of a fox. His duty was to note the abnormal: a door left unbarred, a light where none should be, the sound of muffled voices from an alley. The cold had been his constant enemy, numbing his fingers and toes despite layers of wool and leather. He would have stopped at braziers placed at certain points, holding his hands over the coals until they prickled with returning sensation, the smell of hot metal and old ash cutting through the cold air. As the sky lightened, his vigilance could ease. The threat of robbery, fire, or other nocturnal malady receded with the darkness. His footsteps, which had been careful and measured, might become heavier, more plodding, as fatigue truly set in. He would make his final round, noting all was well, and head to the guardhouse to be relieved. The exchange with the day watch would be brief, a nod, a few mumbled words about a quiet night. Then he could trudge home, where the warmth of his bed and the first sleep of the just, earned through a night of lonely vigilance, awaited him. The dawn itself, when it finally broke, was often an unspectacular affair in the northern climates of medieval Europe. A slow washing of gray yielding to a pale, watery yellow. The sun did not burst over the horizon. It diluted the gloom. With light came a new layer of sound, the diurnal sounds overlaying the nocturnal ones. The first birds were joined by others, their chorus becoming complex and urgent. Doors began to open. The sound of a shutter being unlatched and thrown back was a sharp crack of wood against stone. The first cart of the day would rumble over cobblestones, its iron-rimmed wheels creating a rhythmic clatter that echoed between buildings. In the countryside, the lowing of cattle being led to pasture was a deep, mournful sound. The smell of the morning changed too. The damp, cool scent of night began to be warmed away, and in its place rose the smells of morning cooking, of animals, of damp earth and vegetation. The world was becoming legible again. Faces could be recognized at a distance. The texture of a road, muddy, frozen, or dry, could be assessed. The day's possibilities and its constraints solidified with the light. For the miller, dawn was the start of his kingdom's noise. The mill, positioned on a stream, was a place of constant, rhythmic thunder. The water, channeled through a narrow race, poured onto the great paddles of the wheel, forcing it to turn with a groaning, splashing insistence. This motion was transferred via a complex of wooden gears and shafts to the heavy millstones inside. The sound was overwhelming, a deep, grinding rumble that vibrated through the floorboards and filled the air with a fine, persistent dust. The miller, coated in a pale film of flour, moved in this world like a deity of noise and transformation. His hands were constantly testing the grain feed, checking the temperature of the stones to ensure they did not scorch the flour, listening to the pitch of the grind for any sign of a stone cracking or a gear slipping. Farmers would bring their sacks of grain, their yield from strip fields or their portion from the domain lands. The miller took his toll, a portion of the flour, as his payment. This transaction was watched with hawk-like suspicion, for the miller was often distrusted, accused of using false measures or taking more than his due. His was a necessary but resented profession, a man who profited from the essential labor of others. The mill itself was a place of strange elemental power, the harnessing of water to break down seed, the first step in turning the work of the field into the staff of life. The air inside was thick and sweet with the smell of crushed grain, a smell that clung to the miller's clothes and hair, marking him even when he was away from the roaring, grinding heart of his trade. In contrast, the forest at midday was a world of dappled silence and subtle movement. For the forester or the swineherd, this was a workplace of a different order. Sunlight filtered through a high canopy of oak, beech, and ash, creating shifting patterns of light and shadow on a thick carpet of fallen leaves and moss. The air was cooler, fragrant with the scent of damp earth, decaying wood, and the faint, sweet smell of wildflowers in clearings. Sound was muted, absorbed by the vegetation. A man's own footsteps were soft, his breathing loud in his ears. This was not an empty place, but a populated one whose citizens were shy and observant. The swineherd, leading his sounder of pigs to forage for acorns and roots, knew his charges would disappear into the undergrowth, their snuffling and grunting growing distant. He relied on the sound of bells tied around the necks of the lead sows to keep track of them. The periodic, toneless clank of the bell was his anchor in the green vastness. His day was one of patient waiting, of sitting against a broad tree trunk, perhaps whittling a piece of wood, his ears tuned to the forest's rhythms and the movement of his bells. He might see a deer flit between trees, a flash of brown and white. He would hear the drilling of a woodpecker, the chatter of squirrels. This was a solitary job, but not necessarily a lonely one. It required a deep, passive knowledge of the environment, an understanding of where the best mast would be found, where a spring provided clean water, which parts of the wood were the Lord's preserve and thus forbidden. His world was vertical and layered, from the fungi at his feet to the birds in the highest branches, all of it interconnected and governed by ancient, unspoken rules. Back in the village, the midday sun beat down on the hard-packed earth of the central space. Flies gathered in lazy clouds around the animal pens and the midden heap. The light was harsh, exposing the faded colors of painted signs, the weathering of timber frames, the dust on every surface. For those not in the fields, work continued in the shade of doorways or under makeshift awnings. The blacksmith, having labored since dawn in the blistering heat of his forge, might take a moment to step outside, his leather apron dark with sweat, his face and arms glistening. He would drink deeply from a leather costrell of ale, the liquid warm but wet. The inside of his workshop was a vision of controlled inferno. The forge glowed a fierce orange yellow, the heat radiating from it in waves that distorted the air. The bellows, operated by an apprentice, gave a great, wheezing sigh with each pull, causing the fire to flare and spark. The smell was of burning charcoal, hot metal, and the sharp, acrid scent of scorched hoof when shoeing a horse. The hammer blows on the anvil were not random. They were a language, a heavy, shaping blow followed by quicker, lighter taps, a rhythmic conversation between man, metal, and tool. A finished piece, plunged into a barrel of water to temper, hissed violently, sending up a cloud of steam that smelled of hot iron and ozone. This work was brutally physical, a contest of strength and endurance against an unyielding material, yet it required a precise and subtle understanding of how metal moved under heat and force. The smith was a cornerstone of the community, his work in the demand for tools, nails, hinges, and repairs making his presence constant, his shop a hub of heat, noise, and indispensable utility. As afternoon wore on, a different kind of fatigue set in, a mental fog that accompanied the physical tiredness. For the scribe in a monastic scriptorium, this was a dangerous time. His work required an intense, unwavering focus. He sat at a sloping desk, a parchment page before him, held flat by weights. The ink, made from oak gall and iron salts, was a deep, black-brown. His quill, carefully trimmed from a goose feather, scratched across the surface with a dry, whispering sound. The text he copied was often a religious work, a psalter, a theological treatise, a saint's life, the words dictated by tradition and faith. A mistake was not merely an error. It was a spiritual flaw, a blemish on the sacred word. His eyes strained in the uneven light from a high window. The temptation to abbreviate, to let his mind wander, to rush the formation of a letter, was a constant temptation. A dropped spot of ink, a misspelled word, a line copied twice. Any of these could ruin hours of work. The punishment might be penance, or the tedious scraping of the parchment with a pumice stone to correct the error, a process that risked damaging the expensive skin. His world was one of minute details. The curve of a C, the crossbar of a T, the intricate loops of an illuminated initial that would later be filled with color and gold leaf by another specialist. His back ached from the posture. His fingers cramped. The silence in the scriptorium was heavy, broken only by the scratching of quills, the occasional sigh, or the turning of a page. This was fatigue of the soul and intellect, a draining of concentration into the precise, beautiful, and silent preservation of knowledge. The slow passage of the sunbeam across his desk was his clock, marking the gradual ebbing of the light by which he worked, pushing him toward the completion of his daily quota before the world grew too dim to see. The quality of weariness in the late afternoon possesses a texture distinct from the exhaustion of nightfall. It is a dry weariness, a settling of dust in the joints, a faint throb behind the eyes from squinting against the day's hard light. The sun, having passed its zenith, begins its long, sloping descent, and its light takes on a tangible weight, a golden syrup that pours across the landscape, elongating shadows until they stretch like dark fingers across fields and lanes. In this light, everything appears softened, its edges gilded, its flaws forgiven. The thatch on a cottage roof, which at noon looked frayed and weathered, now seems to glow with a muted, honeyed warmth. The dust kicked up by a passing cart hangs in the air, each particle illuminated, turning a mundane disturbance into a brief, swirling galaxy. This is the light of assessment of tasks nearly complete, of the journey homeward. The pace of work does not slow, but its urgency transmutes. It becomes about consolidation, about tying off loose ends. A woodcutter binds his final faggot of branches with a length of withe, his movements practiced and economical. A woman in a garden pulls the last of the day's weeds, tossing them onto a pile that will later be burned, the smell of green smoke a promise of the evening to come. There is a collective, unspoken drawing in. On the roads, this is the hour of return. Figures emerge from the mouths of forest paths, from the gates of walled towns, from the far reaches of open fields. They move in small groups or alone, their silhouettes long and lean against the low sun. A shepherd moves his flock from the high pasture down towards the fold, the dogs working tirelessly at the periphery, their barking crisp and authoritative in the still air. The sheep move as a slow, bleeding river, their wool catching the light, their collective smell of lanolin, grass, and earth preceding them. The shepherd's face is lined with the day's weather, his eyes perpetually narrowed. His thoughts are with the count, ensuring no lamb is left behind, that the flock is whole. The walk down is slower than the walk up. The animals are full, languid. The descent marks the closing of a pastoral cycle that began in the cool of the morning. For a traveling peddler, however, the late afternoon brings a spike of anxiety, not relief. He has walked since dawn, his pack heavy with ribbons, needles, pins, pots of salve, cheap trinkets, and bolts of colorful cloth from distant towns. His feet ache in their worn boots. The strap of his pack has worn a familiar groove into the shoulder of his coat. The sinking sun is his enemy, measuring out the remaining hours in which he might find a safe place to sleep. And in means expense and the risk of thieves. A barn, if he can secure the farmer's permission, is preferable, the warmth of animals, the relative safety of four walls. But permission is not guaranteed. He must reach a settlement, assess its demeanor, and make his approach. His success depends on a performance of harmlessness and utility. He must be jovial but not overfamiliar, weary but not desperate. He carries news from other villages, gossip that can be traded for a bowl of soup and a corner in which to spread his blanket. As he walks, his eyes scan the roadside for potential campsites. A dry copse, the lee side of a hill, just in case. The world for him is a sequence of thresholds, each one requiring negotiation. The golden light, so peaceful to the settled farmer, to him signals a dwindling of options, the approaching vulnerability of night on the open road. Within the walls of a castle or manor house, the late afternoon light slants through high, narrow windows, cutting across the rush-strewn floor of the great hall in bright, dramatic shafts. The dust motes dance violently within these beams, while the spaces between them remain in deep shadow. The hall, empty for much of the day, begins to stir with preparatory activity. Servants lug in fresh rushes, scattering them with a dry, whispering sound that carries a scent of hay and summer meadows. Others set up trestle tables, the wood groaning as the heavy boards are lifted onto their frames. Benches are dragged into place, their legs scraping against the stone flags. In the kitchen, a separate universe of heat and chaos, the evening meal approaches its climax. The cook, a figure of immense authority in his soot-stained domain, shouts orders above the roar of multiple fires. Spits turn slowly, driven by a boy or a clockwork mechanism, the dripping fat from roasting meats causing the flames to leap and hiss. The smell is overwhelming, roasting flesh, boiling vegetables, the rich, dark scent of gravy reducing in a pan, the tang of vinegar from a sauce, the yeasty warmth of bread drawn from the oven. Scullions, their faces flushed and sweaty, run with pots and platters, navigating a labyrinth of heat and sharp corners. This is a production, a daily theater of sustenance for the Lord's household, his knights, his officials, and any guests. The pressure is immense. A failed meal is a profound disgrace. The cook's art is one of transformation on a massive scale, turning sides of beef, sacks of onions, and barrels of ale into a spectacle of abundance meant to reinforce the Lord's power and generosity. The fatigue here is one of sustained, high-stakes coordination, a different kind of battle fought with cauldrons and knives. As the sun finally dips below the horizon, the world does not plunge immediately into darkness. A period of twilight holds sway, a blue hour where colors leach away and shapes merge. This is the time for the final, quiet chores. A woman steps to her door to call her children home from play, her voice carrying with a peculiar clarity in the cooling air. The animals are secured. The last bucket of water is drawn from the well for the night. A final check is made of the firewood stacked by the hearth. Doors are pulled to, though not yet barred. Shutters are closed against the coming chill. The transition from exterior to interior becomes absolute. The world outside becomes a realm of sounds and hints, while the world inside contracts to the radius of firelight and candle flame. This moment of closing up is a ritual of safety, a drawing of a circle against the vastness of the night. It is performed with a quiet solemnity, a daily fortification. In the infirmary of a monastery, the twilight hour was a time of muted suffering and quiet care. The long room, often adjacent to the church, was sparsely furnished with simple cots. The air carried a persistent blend of odors: the sharp, clean scent of vinegar used for cleaning, the earthy smell of dried herbs hanging from the beams, the less pleasant but familiar smells of sickness, of pus and fever sweat, and the chamber pots that needed regular emptying. The infirmarian, a monk with some knowledge of healing, moved between the beds with a slow, measured pace. His medicine was a blend of prayer, ritual, and practical herbal lore passed down from classical texts and local tradition. He might prepare a poultice of comfrey root for a broken bone, its thick, mucilaginous texture applied with gentle hands. He would brew teas from chamomile for agitation, from willow bark for fever and pain. The efficacy was variable, often relying on the body's own resilience and the patient's faith as much as the properties of the plants. For the ill and injured lying there, time lost its daily structure. The canonical hours, marked by distant bells, were their only clock. Pain and discomfort created their own relentless chronology. The fading of the light through the infirmary's few windows meant another day of illness survived, another night of discomfort to be endured. The infirmarian's presence was a comfort not just for his treatments, but for his calm, for the recitation of psalms in a low, steady voice, for the simple act of offering a sip of water or adjusting a blanket. Here, fatigue was mingled with resignation and hope, the fatigue of the caregiver, the deeper fatigue of the one being cared for, both existing in a suspended state, waiting for either recovery or death to release them. Night, when it fully arrived, was not a single entity. The first part of the night, after the evening meal and before the first sleep, held a unique social potential in households that could afford the fuel. This was the time for crafts that required light but not the intense focus of daylight. A man might work on a piece of leather, cutting straps or stitching a harness, the needle pulling the wax thread through the tough material with a soft, popping sound. A woman might embroider, the colored silks or wools gleaming in the firelight as she worked a pattern of flowers or beasts onto a linen cuff or altar cloth. This work was slower, more deliberate. Conversation, if it happened, was sporadic, often falling into long, companionable silences broken only by the crackle of the fire or the hiss of the needle. Stories from the past were more likely to be shared now, in this intimate pool of light surrounded by darkness. Tales of family history, of local ghosts, of events from the parents' or grandparents' youth. These stories were not told for excitement, but for continuity, for weaving the listeners into the longer tapestry of kin and place. A grandparent might tell of the great winter of their childhood, when the snow lay so deep and so long that wolves came to the village edge. The story was less about the wolves and more about the shared endurance. The memory of hardship survived, a lesson in resilience for the young ones listening, their eyes wide in the flickering light. This was how history was lived, not as dates in a chronicle, but as sensory memories passed from one body to another through the medium of a quiet voice in a safe, dark room. For the sailor on a cog or a galley in the mid-sea, the night watch was a realm of profound isolation and amplified sensation. Alone at the tiller or posted in the lookout, a man was a tiny consciousness adrift on an immensity of black. The ship was a collection of sounds: the creak of timbers, the slap of ropes against masts, the endless, rhythmic shush of water parting at the bow and curling along the hull. The wind was a physical force, constant and directionless in the dark, carrying the cold, salt-tinged smell of the open ocean. Above, the stars were a dizzying, brilliant multitude, far more vivid than any seen on land, their reflections shattered and quivering on the moving black water below. This was navigation by instinct and memory, by knowing the fixed stars and feeling the pull of currents. There was no horizon, only a blending of starry sky and star-speckled sea at an indeterminate distance. The mind, deprived of visual reference, turned inward or expanded to fill the void. Superstition thrived in this environment. Every unusual sound, a groan from the ship, A distant cry that might be a bird or something else was parsed for meaning. The line between vigilance and hallucination could grow thin. The watch was a test of mental fortitude, a battle against a primal fear of the deep and the dark, fought not with action but with a steady, unmoving attention. The relief of the watch was a return to the crowded, smelly, but human world below decks, a return from the sublime and terrifying infinite to the finite, familiar press of snoring men and the close, stale air of the crew's quarters. And then, inevitably, the cycle would seek its lowest point again. The fire would be banked. The stories would trail off. The last embroidering stitch would be set. The yawns would come, deep and uncontestable. The movement toward the sleeping area would begin, a repetition of the ritual from the night before and the night before that. The body, having expended its energy through the long arc of the day, demanded its restitution. The coolness of the mattress, the rustle of straw, the weight of blankets, the alignment of bodies for shared warmth. The breathing would deepen, synchronize. The first sleep approached, a soft and heavy tide. Outside, the watchman began his rounds. An owl called from the edge of the wood. A cloud drifted across the stars, momentarily deepening the darkness. The world continued its slow turn, indifferent to the small routines of the humans upon its surface. Yet those routines, the rising, the working, the eating, the resting, were the very pulse of lived history, the slow, steady breath of an era. The night was long, and there was no need to meet it with attention. The hours would pass regardless of effort. The voice was only a texture, a distant signal describing a world that moves at the pace of settling dust. There is nothing to solve here, only the slow turning. The transition from autumn to winter was not marked by a calendar, but by a deepening of silence and a hardening of the world. The vibrant decay of fall, the rustle of crimson and gold leaves, the rich, fungal scent of the forest floor, gave way to a more austere reality. The trees stood skeletal against a sky that was often the color of unpolished lead. The wind, which in other seasons carried the smells of growth and bloom, now carried only a dry, metallic cold, scoured clean of scent. It was a wind that found every gap in a wall, every loose stitch in a garment. The ground, once soft with mud from autumn rains, began to stiffen. Morning frosts painted every blade of grass, every fallen twig, with a brittle white fur. The crunch of footsteps on this frozen lace was the signature sound of a winter morning, a sharp, crystalline breaking that echoed in the still air. Work did not cease, but it transformed. The rhythm of the agricultural year slowed to a near halt. Fields lay fallow, frozen hard as iron. The focus turned inward to maintenance, to survival within the confines of the home. Inside, the winter home became a fortress against the cold, and its primary weapon was the hearth. Fuel was wealth. The careful husbandry of wood, gathered and stacked through the summer and autumn, was now a matter of life and comfort. A well-stacked woodpile was a site of profound security. Each log, split and seasoned, represented an hour of future warmth. The fire was no longer just for cooking or evening light. It was the beating heart of the household. Its management became a central daily science. A fire too large wasted precious fuel. A fire too small risked letting the deadly chill take root in the bones of the dwelling. The smoke, which in warmer months rose freely through a vent in the roof, now often lingered in the room, caught by low atmospheric pressure, stinging the eyes and coating the throat. The interior walls, over the season, would darken with a glossy, black patina of soot. The world shrank to the radius of the fire's warmth. One sat close, turning like a joint on a spit to toast each side, while the back remained cold. The contrast was a constant, tactile reminder of the season's power. Food changed in character. The fresh, green things of summer were a memory. The diet contracted to what could be stored: grains, legumes, root vegetables buried in sand, apples kept in a cool cellar, meat preserved by salting, smoking, or drying. The flavors became monotone, salty, earthy, often tough. Chewing took longer. A turnip stored since autumn grew woody and bitter. Salted pork required soaking and long boiling to become merely edible. Hunger was a more familiar ghost in winter. The body burned more calories simply to stay warm. Yet the larder was finite, a dwindling resource to be carefully rationed until the first green shoots of spring. Meals were therefore exercises in anticipation as much as nutrition. The calculating of portions, the careful addition of a precious lump of fat or a shred of dried herb to a pot of peas porridge, these were acts of hope and discipline. The savoring of each bite was not a pleasure but a necessity, a mindful acknowledgement of the energy being transferred from stored food to living body. Illness stalked the winter months with a particular persistence. Colds settled into deep, racking coughs that lingered for weeks in damp, crowded dwellings. Respiratory ailments flourished. The ague, a catch-all term for fevers and chills, was a common visitor. Remedies were folkloric and desperate. Poultices of mustard and flour applied to the chest, steam inhaled over a pot of boiling water and thyme, drafts of foul-tasting herbal infusions. Recovery relied heavily on the body's own resilience and the simple, nursing warmth of the hearth. For the very old or the very young, a severe winter illness was often a death sentence. The cold could kill directly, of course. The poor, the homeless, those with inadequate shelter, could simply freeze in their sleep, a quiet, numb extinction. Winter was a great social filter, testing the strength of walls, the depth of stores, the cohesion of families. It was a time when community charity was not a virtue but a mutual insurance policy. Checking on an elderly neighbor, sharing a load of firewood with a struggling family, were acts of pragmatic survival, ensuring the village itself did not weaken and fracture. Yet, within this harsh contraction, winter enforced a unique kind of rest, a psychological dormancy. The long nights and short days created vast tracts of time that could not be filled with productive labor. This was the season of crafts that required patience over muscle. The mending of nets, the carving of spoons and bowls from seasoned wood, the repair of harnesses and tools. It was a time for storytelling to reach its peak, for the oral tradition to weave its spells in the firelight, passing the endless evenings. The mind, forced inward by the external cold, turned to reflection, to memory, to the intricate patterns of a slowly growing piece of knotwork or embroidery. This enforced stillness could breed a deep, resonant boredom, but also a fertile space for contemplation and the slow, meticulous creation of beauty. The winter was not a dead season, but a dormant one, its life driven deep underground and into the protected space of the human spirit, waiting, with a profound and patient certainty, for the thaw. The thaw, when it came, was not a single event but a slow, messy unraveling. It began with a softening of the air, a shift in the wind from the east to the south, carrying a damp, earthy promise. Then came the sound of dripping, the steady plink-plunk of water falling from icicles lengthening from the eaves. The snow, which had lain in a pristine, silencing blanket, became granular, gray, and slumped in on itself. The world turned to mud, a thick, cloying, omnipresent mud that was the defining feature of early spring. It was not mere dirt, but a profound, sucking mire that could pull a boot from a foot, that coated the hems of all garments, that splattered up onto carts and walls. It smelled of wet soil, of decay released from its frozen prison, of the latent life within it. Roads became nearly impassable quagmires. Travel slowed to a crawl. The village was isolated, each household island in its own yard of churned, brown sludge. This mud was the first labor of spring. Drainage ditches, clogged with winter debris, had to be cleared. Paths had to be rudimentarily paved with stones or bundles of brushwood. The physical effort of moving through this environment was immense. Every step was a conscious exertion, and with the mud came the floods. Streams and rivers, swollen with meltwater and rain, burst their banks, turning low-lying fields into shallow, temporary lakes. This was both a crisis and a blessing. The floodwaters deposited a layer of rich, new silt, rejuvenating the soil, but they also threatened stored grain, livestock, and even dwellings. It was a season of vigilant watchfulness, of moving animals to higher ground, of bailing out cellars. Then, almost imperceptibly at first, color returned. Not the bold colors of summer flowers, but the faint, hopeful greens of new shoots, the pale spears of snowdrops pushing through the lingering frost, the yellow haze of catkins on the willow trees. The air, though still cold, lost its knife edge and carried the faint, sweet scent of waking earth. This was the signal for the year's most urgent, back-breaking work to begin, the preparation of the fields. The ground, still cold and wet, had to be turned. The plow, a massive, cumbersome tool often pulled by a team of oxen, was brought out. The plowman walked behind, guiding the share, his hands gripping the handles, his entire body braced against the resistance of the soil. The first cut was the hardest, breaking the winter-hardened crust. The smell of freshly turned earth, that deep, loamy perfume, was the true scent of the year's renewal. It was a smell of work, of promise, of fatigue to come. Following the plow, others would break the larger clods with mattocks, and then rake the soil into a fine tilth suitable for sowing. Every member of the household who could walk and wield a tool was in the field. The days grew longer, providing more light for labor, but the cold damp of the soil seeped into the bones, causing a different ache than the dry fatigue of summer. Sowing was a sacred act, a gesture of faith in the unseen. The sower walked with a rhythmic, swinging gait, his hand dipping into a seed bag hung at his waist and casting the grain in a wide, practiced arc. The seeds, tiny and brown, disappeared into the brown earth, a offering to the future. It required trust in the weather, in the soil, in the absence of blight or pests. After sowing, the field might be harrowed, dragged with a thorn bush or a wooden frame to lightly cover the seeds. Then the wait began, but it was not a passive wait. This was the time for other tasks. Repairing fences broken by winter storms, shearing sheep as the weather warmed, planting the kitchen garden with beans, cabbages, onions, and leeks. The body moved from the large, strenuous motions of plowing to the bent-over, meticulous work of weeding and planting. The rhythm was one of constant, varied motion, a re-engagement of every muscle with the waking world. And with the warming weather came the return of life in less welcome forms. Insects emerged in clouds. Fleas and lice, dormant in winter clothing, became active again, a constant, itching torment. Flies buzzed around middens and animal pens. The smell of the village changed, too. The clean, cold smells of winter were replaced by the fertile, complex odors of mud, manure, blooming things, and the pungent scent of humanity itself, less confined by heavy clothing and closed doors. Spring was a riot of sensation, overwhelming after the sensory deprivation of winter. It was beautiful, hopeful, and profoundly demanding, a season that pulled the body and spirit from dormancy and thrust them headlong into the relentless, growing energy of the world. The concept of time in this world was not a grid of identical hours, but a fluid substance, its texture changing with the season and the task. In high summer, the hour just past noon was a palpable, heavy entity. The sun seemed to pause at its apex, pouring a blinding, white-hot light onto the landscape. The air shimmered above stone and hardened earth, Work in the fields during this period was a form of deliberate suffering. The body moved through a thick, soupy heat. Sweat was constant, not a dampness but a steady stream that stung the eyes, soaked through tunic and shirt, and drew itchy trails through the dust and grime on the skin. The leather of a tool handle grew slick and required a firmer, more conscious grip. The mind retreated to a narrow focus. The next swing of the scythe, the next bundle of wheat to be tied, the next footfall. Conversation ceased. Sound itself seemed muted, absorbed by the heat. The buzz of insects was a high, persistent drone that became part of the silence. This hour was endured, not used. It was a physiological fact, a trial by sun that separated the durable from the frail. A wise worker might seek the scant, hard shadow of a hedgerow, drinking warm, flat ale from a costrell, feeling his heartbeat in his temples, waiting for the sun's angle to shift enough to make movement conceivable again. This was not laziness, but a necessary negotiation with a superior force. Conversely, the hour just before a winter dawn was a capsule of potential, a void filled with anticipation. It was the coldest and darkest point. Inside, the fire was a memory of red embers beneath a blanket of gray ash. The cold had settled into the room's very fabric, making the air feel solid and brittle. To rise was to break this crystalline stillness, to initiate the day's friction against the cold. The first person to stir did so with a profound internal effort, a breaking of a contract with warmth. The shock of cold floor on bare feet, the gasp as cold woolen clothes were pulled on over colder skin. These were the day's first small battles. This hour was spent in near darkness, movements guided by memory and touch. The rekindling of the fire was a sacred ritual. The breath held, the tinder carefully arranged over the embers, the soft, focused blowing until a fragile yellow flame licked up, its light seeming miraculously bright in the profound gloom. This hour was quiet, introspective, and purposeful in a way the lethargic noon hour was not. It was a time of kindling, both literal and metaphorical, a slow coaxing of life and heat back into a frozen world. The material world of objects held a significance modern hands can scarcely grasp. A tool was not a disposable implement, but an extension of the body, shaped by use and memory. A scythe's blade was kept sharp with a whetstone carried in a pouch at the belt. The rhythmic sing-sing of steel on stone was a familiar music of the harvest. The curve of the handle was polished smooth by the specific grip of its owner, fitting no other hand as perfectly. To lose or break a tool was a minor catastrophe, requiring time and skill to replace. Objects were repaired, repurposed, and inherited. A cooking pot, once too thin to safely hold stew over a direct flame, might be relegated to soaking beans or holding kindling. A worn-out woolen tunic would be cut down for a child, its last serviceable pieces becoming patches for other garments. Wooden bowls acquired a deep, glossy patina from years of grease and handling. This constant engagement with the life cycle of objects created a profound intimacy with the material world. A craftsman did not merely make a thing. He invested a portion of his skill and time into an object that would then live a long life of service in the hands of others. This connection bred a mentality of care, of fixing rather than discarding, of seeing value in wear and age. The landscape was not scenery. It was a detailed, lived-in text. Every hill, copse, stream, and rocky outcrop had a name and a history. The fox's knoll, the widow's spring, the old lightning oak. These were not poetic inventions, but functional identifiers and repositories of story. The knowledge of the land was granular and essential. A farmer knew not just which field was his, but which strip within the field tended to flood, which corner had poorer soil, where the wild garlic grew in spring. A forester could read the health of a tree by the texture of its bark, the spread of its canopy. This knowledge was not academic. it was navigational and survivalist. The ability to traverse long distances without a map relied on this mental catalog of landmarks. The landscape was also alive with presences both seen and unseen. Certain groves were considered fairy places, to be avoided after dark. Certain crossroads were known as sites where spirits gathered. A ring of mushrooms in a meadow was not a curiosity but a potential portal or a sign. The world was interpenetrated with meaning, every natural feature potentially holding a layer of significance beyond the physical. This created a relationship with the environment that was both deeply practical and tinged with a respectful, sometimes fearful, animism. Communication existed in layers, much of it nonverbal. In a crowded marketplace or a busy manorial court, words were often secondary. Status was communicated through posture, through the quality and color of cloth, through the fineness of a belt or the presence of a ring. A peasant approaching a lord did so with a specific bodily grammar. Head bowed, shoulders slightly rounded, hands held in a way that showed they were empty of threat. Eye contact was carefully managed. A direct stare could be a challenge. Among equals, a vast amount was conveyed through gesture and inflection. A slight tilt of the head, a particular shrug, the tone of a grunt. These could convey agreement, skepticism, or derision. Gossip and news traveled with astonishing speed without a single written word, moving along the pathways of routine social interaction. At the well, at the smithy, at the church door after Mass. This oral network was incredibly efficient, but also malleable. Stories mutated with each telling. Reputation was this ephemeral, constantly shifting construct, built and destroyed by the collective murmur of the community. The spoken word, once released, could not be captured or edited. An insult hurled in the heat of an argument hung in the air, a tangible thing that required resolution. An apology, a fight, or a lasting grudge. This placed a weight on speech that the written word, and later the digital trace, would diffuse but not eliminate. The experience of weather was total and immersive. There was no refuge from it. A day of rain meant a day spent damp. Clothes never fully dried, acquiring a persistent, musty smell. Leather grew stiff and mold could speckle a belt or a pair of boots. Inside, the damp chilled more deeply than dry cold, seeping into the marrow. A thunderstorm was not a spectacle observed from behind glass, but an overwhelming sensory assault. The light would turn a sickly, greenish gray. The wind would rise suddenly, a roaring in the trees that presaged violence. Then the rain would come, not in drops but in sheets, hammering on the thatch so loudly it drowned all conversation. Lightning flashes lit up the interior of a home with a stark, blue-white intensity, freezing moments in time. A child's frightened face, the pattern of the rafters. The thunder was a physical vibration, a deep crack rumble that seemed to shake the very stones of the foundation. It was a reminder of power utterly beyond human control, often interpreted as divine displeasure or the clashing of celestial armies. After such a storm, the world would feel washed and new, the air sharp and clean, every leaf and blade of grass holding a jewel of water. But the aftermath was also one of assessment, checking for roof damage, for flooded cellars, for injured livestock. Weather was never a background condition. It was the primary actor, and human life was a series of adaptations to its moods. The end of a life was a communal event that unfolded within the home. Death rarely happened in a separate institutional space. It happened in the bed, by the hearth, in the same room where people ate, worked, and slept. The process was visible, audible, and olfactory. The slowing breath, the changing skin tone, the particular, unsettling silence that followed the final exhalation. These were witnessed by family. The body was then washed by women of the household or community, a tender and practical act. It was dressed in its best clothes, or in a simple shroud. It would then lie in the home for a period, during which neighbors would come to pay respects, to sit with the family, to bring food. The presence of the dead body was not macabre. It was a fact, a transition point that required witnessing. The smell of death, of candles, of packed earth, of the damp stone of the church, was part of the sensory texture of loss. The funeral procession to the churchyard was a public affirmation of the community's continuity. The grave was dug by hand by friends or relatives. The earth received the body directly. There was no insulation from the physicality of mortality. This constant, intimate acquaintance with death did not breed callousness, but rather a kind of resigned familiarity. It framed life as a precarious gift and reinforced the bonds of the living, who remained together in the face of this universal, leveling certainty. Grief was deep, but its expression was often channeled through ritual. The prescribed prayers, the period of mourning marked by specific clothing, the communal feast after the burial, which provided a scaffold for sorrow, giving it a shape and a time limit, allowing life to gradually, cautiously, resume its daily rhythms around the permanent absence. The passage from one year to the next was not a clean line but a slow, organic overlap, a spiraling return. The rituals that marked its turn were less about celebration and more about propitiation, about ensuring the cycle would, in fact, continue. The dying of the light after the autumn equinox was met with fires. Not celebratory bonfires, but necessary, pragmatic fires to burn the year's debris, the pruned branches, the spoiled straw, the accumulated rubbish of a season's living. The smoke from these fires hung low in the cool, still air, a blue-gray haze that carried the scent of finality, of clearing the slate. This burning was a practical sanitation, but it felt symbolic, a consumption of the old year's physical detritus. As the nights grew longer, the focus turned increasingly to preservation, not of joy but of substance. The slaughter of animals that could not be fed through the winter, the Martinmas slaughter, was a time of both plenty and grim necessity. The air in the village grew thick with the smells of blood, offal, and wood smoke from the preservation fires. It was a busy, bloody, and somber time, the fleeting richness of fresh meat a stark prelude to the salted and smoked austerity to come. The deep winter festivals, what would later be sanitized into Christmas, were islands of conscious light and noise in a sea of darkness and quiet. The Yule log, a massive piece of hardwood selected with care, was not a decoration but a central actor in a drama of endurance. It was meant to burn for the 12 days, its continuous flame a tiny, defiant echo of the sun's absent strength. Its lighting was a moment of significance, a shared hope that the light would not fail. The feasting that occurred was less about gluttony and more about a temporary suspension of scarcity. The consumption of the last fresh meats, the special breads baked with precious dried fruit and spices, the stronger ale brewed for the occasion. This was a deliberate drawing down of reserves in a collective act of faith that the spring would replenish them. It was a calculated risk, a shared gamble with survival. The noise, the singing, the shouting, the playing of simple instruments was not mere merriment. It was a sonic weapon against the silence and despair that the long night could breed. The Lord of Misrule, the boy bishop, the feasts of fools, these sanctioned reversals were not mere comedy. They were psychological pressure valves, allowing the simmering tensions of a rigid hierarchy to boil over in a controlled, ritualized environment where the peasant could mock the Lord, the servant could command the master, and the world could be turned upside down with the understanding that it would be set right again come morning. This was not revolution. It was homeostasis, a way for the system to breathe so it would not break. Spring's arrival was not trusted until it was irrevocable. The first warm day was viewed with suspicion, a trickster's gambit. True spring was ratified by the land itself. The undeniable green haze on the willow branches, the first sure bite of a wild onion pulled from a bank, the return of certain birds not as lonely scouts but in chattering, nesting companies. The rituals here were of cleansing and blessing. The sweeping out of houses after the closed in winter was a physical and spiritual act. The old rushes, fouled with months of debris, were carried out and burned. Floors were scrubbed with sand and water. This was a rejection of the winter's stagnation. Similarly, the fields were blessed by the priest in rogation processions, the community walking the boundaries of the parish, praying for fertility, beating the bounds with sticks to imprint the lines on the memory of the young. This was less a religious formality than a communal reaffirmation of territory, a defensive magic against blight and poor yield, an alignment of human hope with the latent power of the earth. Summer's peak brought its own rituals, focused on the fragile, vital matter of the harvest. Lammas, the loaf mass at the start of August, centered on the first bread baked from the new wheat. This bread was consecrated, a thanksgiving for the nascent harvest and a plea for its safe completion. The entire community's fortune hung on the weather of the next few weeks. A hailstorm could wipe out a year's labor in minutes. The harvest itself was a period of all hands, frantic intensity, but it was governed by unspoken rules. The cutters moved in lines, their scythes swinging in a deadly rhythm. Behind them, the binders gathered and tied. There was a hierarchy in the field, a precision to the work that mirrored military discipline, for this was a war against time and decay. The final sheaf was often treated with superstition, sometimes fought over, sometimes shaped into a crude doll, sometimes carried home with ceremony. It represented the spirit of the grain, captured and preserved to ensure its return the following year. The harvest supper that followed was a release of immense tension, a fatigue so profound it bordered on euphoria. It was a feast of accomplishment, of tangible survival secured for another winter. The laughter was louder, the drink flowed more freely, not just in joy, but in the deep, bone-level relief of a danger past. Woven through all these seasonal markers was the constant, granular rhythm of the week, dictated by the church. Sunday was not a day of rest in the modern, leisurely sense. It was a day of enforced stillness, of ritual orientation. Attendance at Mass was less about personal piety for many than about communal compliance, about being seen in one's place. The service itself, in Latin, a language of power and mystery rather than comprehension, was a sensory experience. The drone of the priest, the smell of incense that choked the air, the visual drama of the elevated host, the chill of the stone floor seeping through knees during long prayers. This weekly realignment served a social function as important as the spiritual one. It gathered the scattered community, reinforced the hierarchy, the lord in his pew, the peasants at the back, and provided a regular, predictable break in the physical labor that otherwise defined existence. The afternoon might allow for visiting, for games, for quiet repair work that did not violate the prohibition on labor. It was a punctuation mark, a day that felt different in texture from the other 6, a reminder of a structure larger than the field or the workshop. Beyond the communal, the individual life was punctuated by rites of passage that were public, physical transformations. Birth was the province of women, a secret, bloody, and dangerous space where men were excluded. The churching of a woman after childbirth was not a celebration, but a ritual purification, a readmission to the sacred community after the polluting, miraculous act of bringing forth life. It was a moment of social reintegration. Childhood was brief, a period of increasing integration into the economy of the household. The transition to adulthood was marked less by age than by capacity and opportunity. A marriage was not a romantic union but a strategic alliance of families, a contract concerning property, labor, and social standing. The wedding itself was a public transaction, often conducted at the church door, not inside, emphasizing its civil nature. The feast that followed was a display of the new union's economic viability and social networks. Death, as noted, was a public event. But the rituals surrounding memory were equally communal. The funeral was one step. The subsequent month's mind and year's mind were requiem masses paid for by the deceased's estate to ensure prayers for their soul's journey through purgatory. These were not private moments of grief, but public, liturgical acts that kept the dead person's name within the living community's memory and spiritual economy. To be forgotten was a second death. Thus, the cyclical nature of time applied to human lives as well. They entered the communal stream, contributed to its labor and its rituals, and then receded, their names recalled annually in the prayers of the parish, their markers in the churchyard slowly weathering away, their substance returned to the earth that had sustained them. The individual was a thread in a tapestry, their personal narrative less important than their role in the perpetuation of the pattern of the family, the village, the harvest, the turning year. Life was not a story with a singular climax, but a recurring duty, a role performed within a cycle that had begun long before and was expected to continue long after. The goal was not to break the cycle, but to sustain it, to play one's part well enough that it would turn smoothly for one's children, and their children after them, in a world where change was so slow as to be indistinguishable from permanence, and where the true marker of a life was not what it had changed, but what it had faithfully maintained. The perception of sound in a pre-industrial world was a landscape in itself, lacking the constant low-frequency hum of engines or the abstract, disembodied voices from speakers. Silence, therefore, was a richer, more profound entity. It was not merely an absence of noise, but a presence composed of countless small, natural sounds. The silence of a forest was a tapestry. The rustle of a vole in the leaf litter, the sigh of wind in the high canopy, the distant, liquid call of a thrush. At night, this silence deepened, becoming almost tactile. In a rural household after the fire was banked, the silence was broken by the settling of the timber frame, a soft creak like a ship at anchor, or the scuttle of a mouse in the thatch, a tiny, dry sound magnified by the stillness. This acoustic environment trained the ear to be alert, to parse meaning from minor disturbances. The approach of a visitor was announced long before they were seen. The crunch of gravel underfoot, the jingle of a harness, the rhythm of their gait. A cough in the night from a neighboring house carried clearly. Sound traveled with a fidelity that made privacy, in an auditory sense, a rare commodity. Conversations in a room could be heard in the next, through thin walls of wattle and daub. This forced a kind of acoustic transparency, where secrets were harder to keep and communal life was an experience shared by the ear as much as the eye. The world of smell was equally dense and informative, a lexicon written in the air. It was a world without artificial deodorizers, where scents were honest, stark, and layered. Each place had its olfactory signature. The forge smelled of charcoal, hot iron, and scorched hoof. The tannery, always placed downwind, announced itself with the pungent, eye-watering reek of urine and decaying organic matter used to cure hides. The kitchen garden in summer was a bouquet of mint, thyme, onion, and the green, peppery scent of bean plants. The interior of a prosperous house smelled of wood smoke, dried herbs hanging from the rafters, the beeswax of candles, and the lingering, fatty aroma of cooked meals soaked into the timber. The interior of a poor cottage might smell more strongly of damp wool, unwashed bodies, the acrid tang of a rushlight burning, and the earthy scent of the dirt floor. The seasons had their smells. The crisp, fungal decay of autumn, the clean, iron-like scent of frost, the wet, fecund promise of turned earth in spring. This olfactory world was not merely background. It was diagnostic. A change in the smell of a wound signaled infection. The scent of the air could predict weather. The smell of a person, their sweat, their breath, the materials of their clothing, could tell you about their health, their trade, their social standing. To be anosmic in such a world would be to be partially blind, cut off from a stream of vital, constant information. The sense of touch was engaged in a continuous, unmediated dialogue with the environment. There was no layer of climate control or ergonomic padding. One felt the world directly. The handle of a plow transmitted the shudder and pull of the earth through the palms. The bite of a cold wind was a physical abrasion on the face. The warmth of the summer sun on bare skin was a potent, medicinal force. Clothing was a primary interface. Wool, worn by most, could be scratchy and heavy when wet, but provided remarkable insulation. Linen, cooler against the skin, was a luxury. The feel of rough homespun against the neck, the constriction of a leather belt, the weight of a woolen cloak in winter. These were constant, tactile realities. Discomfort was a norm, not an exception. Feet, shod in leather that conformed to the individual foot but offered little protection from stones or damp, were always in conversation with the ground. Hands were maps of callus and scar, each ridge and line earned through repetitive contact with wood, metal, rope, and soil. This constant tactile engagement bred a deep, embodied knowledge. A woodworker knew the grain of a piece of oak by the resistance it gave to his plane. A spinner felt the thickness and consistency of her thread through her fingers. Pain and pleasure were immediate and unambiguous, feedback loops from a world that could not be adjusted with a dial or a switch. The body was not a vessel to be protected, but an instrument to be used, tuned by use and worn down by it. The experience of travel redefined one's relationship with space. Distance was measured not in miles but in time, effort, and danger. A journey of 20 miles was a significant undertaking, a project requiring planning and provisions. Roads were often little more than widened tracks, muddy quagmires in wet weather, dusty ruts in dry. They followed the contours of the land, fording streams where they were shallowest, skirting marshes and dense forests. Walking was the primary mode of transport for the vast majority. The rhythm of a day's walk set the pace of thought. The mind, freed from immediate task labor, could wander, observe, or sink into a trance-like state dictated by the metronome of footsteps. For those on horseback or in carts, the journey was faster but more jarring, a constant jolting that could leave the body bruised and exhausted. Travel exposed one to the elements utterly. There was no sealed compartment. Rain-soaked, sun-burned, wind-chilled. The landscape unfolded slowly, revealing itself ridge by ridge, valley by valley. A journey was a sensory immersion in the changing geography, the shifting dialects, the varying customs of the places passed through. Inns, for those who could afford them, were places of shared discomfort. Crowded, noisy, and fraught with the risk of theft or violence. More often, travelers sought shelter in monasteries, which were obliged to provide hospitality, or begged space in a barn. Travel was thus a state of heightened vulnerability and acute observation, a temporary rupture from the known world of the village, offering perspectives that were as broadening as they were perilous. Within the seemingly monolithic structure of faith, individual belief occupied a complex, shadowed space. The official theology of the Church, with its Latin liturgy, its complex hierarchy, and its focus on sin and salvation, was a distant framework for many. Closer to daily life was a vibrant, syncretic folk religion, a layer of practice that incorporated pre-Christian belief, magical thinking, and a profound relationship with local saints and spirits. Holy wells, often pagan sites of veneration, were now dedicated to Christian saints but retained their ancient reputation for healing. Certain trees or stones were considered powerful. Charms and amulets, a written prayer sewn into a pouch, a particular stone carried for protection, were common. Saints were not distant moral exemplars, but powerful, quasi-magical patrons with specific jurisdictions. Saint Anthony for finding lost objects, Saint Apollonia for toothache, Saint Christopher for safe travel. This was a religion of intercession and bargain, a constant negotiation with unseen forces for practical outcomes. A healthy child, a good harvest, recovery from illness. The parish priest often existed uneasily within this system, attempting to suppress its more blatantly pagan elements while tolerating others, knowing his flock's spiritual life was a hybrid creature. Fear was a potent component, fear of hell certainly, but more immediately, fear of witchcraft, of the evil eye, of restless spirits. The world was alive with unseen agency, and much of daily ritual, from blessing a house to marking a loaf of bread with a cross before cutting it, was a form of defensive magic, a way of maintaining a fragile order against a chaos of spiritual and mundane threats. Faith, therefore, was not an abstract belief system, but a daily toolkit for survival, a way of mapping the invisible forces that were believed to govern the visible world. The concept of the future was constrained, a short corridor of anticipated repetition. For a peasant, the future was largely the next agricultural cycle, the planting, the tending, the harvest. Planning beyond that was the domain of the lord or the monastery. Major life events, marriage, the inheritance of a tenement, were often dictated by the death of a parent or the decision of an authority, not by personal ambition. There was no career path to envision, no retirement to save for. The arc of a life was a known shape. A brief childhood of increasing labor, a long adulthood of sustained toil, an old age of diminishing capacity reliant on the goodwill of family or community. This did not necessarily breed hopelessness, but rather a profound focus on the present and the immediate obligations of kinship and community. Aspiration was not for individual advancement so much as for the stability and continuation of the family line. To improve one's lot was a slow, generational project measured in small accretions. A slightly larger vegetable plot, a better milk cow, a daughter married into a marginally more prosperous family. The horizon of expectation was the village boundary, the rhythm of the seasons, the lifespan of a monarch or a pope. Change, when it came, was often catastrophic, famine, plague, war, not incremental. Thus, mental energy was not expended on imagining a radically different future, but on navigating the intricate, demanding realities of the present, with the quiet hope that next year would be, if not better, at least not catastrophically worse. The future was not a land of possibility, but the next turn of a familiar, if arduous, wheel. The texture of work varied not just by season, but by the time of day within that season. The hour after a summer dawn held a deceptive softness. The light was thin and golden, the air still cool from the night, carrying the damp, green scent of dew on grass. In this gentle light, the hardest labor could feel almost bearable. The body, stiff from sleep, would loosen with the first rhythmic motions, the swing of a hoe, the pull of a weed. This was the hour of greatest potential, when the day's full expanse lay ahead, unspoiled by fatigue or frustration. The mind could attach itself to small, immediate pleasures, the clean cut of a blade through soil, the orderly progress of a weeded row, the simple warmth of the sun on the back as it climbed. This early work was often performed in a near silence broken only by the sounds of the task itself and the waking birds. It possessed a meditative quality, a merging of self with the slow revelation of the world. The sweat that began to form was clean, a sign of effort, not yet the grimy, exhausting seep of midday. Contrast this with the work of a late winter afternoon. The light, what little there was a dull gray smear behind heavier clouds. The cold was no longer a crisp shock, but a deep, settled ache in the joints. Work turned inward to the repair of tools in a dim barn or workshop. The hands, clumsy with cold, fumbled with greasy leather straps or stubborn, frozen metal fittings. The breath clouded the immediate air, fogging vision. This work was finicky, frustrating, and performed under the psychological weight of the encroaching early night. Each task was a battle against the body's desire for stillness and warmth. The mind was not meditative but narrowly focused on the mechanics of the repair, on the need to complete it before the light failed entirely. The satisfaction was not in the flow of motion, but in the hard-won conclusion, the snap of a repaired buckle, the smooth pull of a newly oiled hinge, a tiny victory against the entropy of the season. The warmth of the workshop brazier was not a pleasure, but a desperate necessity, its heat clinging only to the front of the body while the back remained cold. This was work as endurance, a grim persistence against the grain of the world. The experience of darkness was multifaceted. The darkness of a moonless night in the countryside was absolute, a black wool pressed against the eyes. Movement without a light was perilous. A journey guided by memory of the path underfoot and the feel of familiar hedgerows brushing against a sleeve. This darkness was populated by the imagination. The rustle in the hedge was no longer a hedgehog but a malevolent spirit. The distant cry of a vixen became the wail of a banshee. This was the darkness of fairy tales and fears, a time when the rational daylight world receded and the older, animistic world reclaimed its territory. Inside, the darkness was different. The glow of a banked fire provided a focal point, a pulsing red heart in the room. Candlelight or rushlight did not illuminate a space so much as carve small, trembling islands of visibility out of the gloom. Faces across a table were half in shadow, expressions ambiguous. This interior darkness was intimate, enclosing. It encouraged lowered voices, confession, secrets. It was a time for the inner world, for thoughts that felt too fragile or dangerous for the scrutiny of full daylight. The darkness of a forest path and the darkness of a hearthside were two different countries, one of threat, the other of retreat. Illness was a landscape traversed without a map. The body's rebellions were mysterious, their causes ascribed to imbalances of humors, to malign planetary influences, to the wrath of God, or to witchcraft. A fever was not just a symptom, it was an invading entity, a fire in the blood. Pain was a constant, articulate companion, its language understood through a lifetime of minor aches and injuries, now amplified to a screaming pitch. Treatment was a mixture of prayer, ritual, and empirical remedy. A poultice of bread and milk might be applied to a boil. A tea of feverfew might be administered for a headache. A pilgrimage might be vowed to a distant shrine if the illness was grave. The process was passive. One endured illness, lying on a pallet, listening to the daily sounds of the household continuing without you, feeling the slow, terrifying or reassuring changes within one's own flesh. Convalescence, if it came, was a slow dawning, a gradual return of strength and appetite, a reacquaintance with the world at a careful pace. Death from illness was often a slow fading, a weakening of the signal until it ceased. The experience was not clinical but deeply personal and existential, a solitary journey through a territory of pain and fear, with only the uncertain guides of tradition and faith for company. The social world operated on a currency of obligation and reciprocity that was meticulous and unforgiving. Help was rarely given without an expectation of return, not necessarily in kind, but in the strengthening of the social bond. To help a neighbor raise a barn was to invest in a future claim on his labor or his support in a dispute. Gifts were rarely free. They created debt. This network of mutual obligation was the true social safety net, more reliable than any abstract charity. It was also a cage. To refuse a legitimate request for help was to risk social ostracization, to become a node of failure in the network. Reputation was this quantified social capital, a living ledger of debts owed and favors given. Gossip was the audit, This system enforced conformity and cooperation, but it also bred resentment and intricate, long-running feuds where a perceived slight or a withheld favor could fester for generations, recounted in family lore as a foundational grievance. The individual was never truly autonomous. They were a nexus in this web, their freedom of action constrained by the weight of what they owed and what was owed to them. To be without these ties, a stranger and outlaw, was to be in a state of profound peril, outside the protection of the collective. The perception of the natural world was not one of romantic beauty, but of animated agency. A river was not just water flowing. It was a spirit that could drown the unwary, provide fish, or flood fields based on its inscrutable will. A large, ancient tree was a presence, a witness to generations, potentially housing a spirit. The success of a hunt, the finding of a bee swarm, the failure of a crop, these were not random events but interactions with conscious, if non-human, intelligences. This worldview did not separate culture from nature. It saw them as interpenetrated. Rituals were performed to please or placate these forces. The first fruit of a harvest might be offered back to the earth. A coin might be tossed into a well. This was a relationship of negotiation and respect, born of deep dependence and a recognition of humanity's precarious place within a much larger, more powerful system. The storm was not an impersonal meteorological event. It was the sky in a fury. The fertile field was not just good soil. It was the earth in a benevolent mood. This animism infused daily life with a layer of significance that was both burdensome and meaningful, demanding constant attention to the mood of the non-human world. Finally, the experience of time's passage within a single, uneventful life was one of gradual, almost imperceptible erosion. One did not feel oneself aging in the modern sense of declining against a benchmark of youthful vitality. One simply became more of what one was. The farmer's back became more permanently bent. The carpenter's hands grew more knotted and sure. The mother's face etched itself with the lines of worry and weather. Change was measured against the stable landmarks of the community. The child who grew to take his father's place in the field, the elder who slowly ceased coming to the door, the great oak that finally fell in a storm. The self was not a project to be improved, but a vessel being slowly filled with experience and then, just as slowly, emptied. Memory was not a gallery of curated highlights, but a sediment, layers of routine, sensation, and occasional sharp joy or trauma laid down year upon year. A life was less a narrative arc and more a quality of presence, a particular way of walking a familiar path, of holding a tool, of telling a story that would be remembered for a generation or two after one was gone, before fading into the general memory of the place itself. The end, when it came, was often not a dramatic closure but a cessation, a final exhalation after a long, steady breath. The last small duty performed in a lifetime of duties, the thread simply ending, leaving the tapestry intact, the pattern ready to accept a new, similar thread in its turn. The experience of hunger was a seasonal specter, its proximity varying with the turning of the year. In the late summer and autumn, during and after the harvest, it was a distant notion, a folk memory kept at bay by full grain sacks and the temporary luxury of fresh food. The belly was full, often uncomfortably so after a harvest feast, and the concept of want felt academic. This was the time of heaviness, of digestion, of labor's reward physically stored within the body and in the larder. The mind, freed from the immediate anxiety of scarcity, could engage in tasks that required patience rather than raw strength, the careful weaving of a basket, the slow carving of a wooden bowl. The satisfaction was not just in the creation, but in the security that allowed such non-essential creation to occur. By deep winter, hunger became a subtle, whispering companion. It was not the sharp pang of famine, but a constant, hollow undertone beneath the daily routine. The meals grew more monotonous, the portions more carefully measured. The turnip in the stew was cut smaller. The bread was stretched with more barley or rye, making it denser, less satisfying. Hunger was felt as a slight lightheadedness in the cold air, a heightened sensitivity to the smell of food, a sharper focus on the moment the shared pot was brought to the table. It was managed, a disciplined rationing of energy. This was the hunger of careful conservation, a shared understanding within the household that the stores must last until the first greens of spring. It bred a communal patience, a collective husbanding of resources where taking more than one's share was a quiet betrayal. The craving was for variety as much as quantity. The memory of an apple's crisp sweetness, the sharp tang of a summer berry, a mental hunger for a lost sensory world. In a bad year, if the harvest was poor or the winter too long, hunger shed its subtlety and became a tyrant. It was a gnawing, cramping presence in the gut that overrode all other thoughts. The body consumed itself, the fat reserves vanishing, the skin growing taut over bone. Energy bled away, making even simple tasks, fetching water, feeding the fire, a monumental exertion. This hunger had a smell, the sour, metallic odor of a metabolism turning in on itself. It had a sound, the silence of children too weak to cry, the shallow, rapid breathing of the starving. It narrowed the world to a single, desperate focus: food. Social bonds strained and sometimes snapped under this pressure. Hoarding was suspected. Charity became a life-or-death calculation. The landscape itself was scoured for sustenance. Bark stripped from certain trees, roots dug from frozen ground, any small creature trapped. This was hunger as a social and physiological unraveling, a direct confrontation with mortality that left survivors marked not just in body, but in spirit, their trust in the world's fundamental benevolence shattered. It was the ultimate reminder of the thin margin on which life was lived. The perception of cleanliness and dirt existed on a spectrum unfamiliar to the modern world. Dirt was not an abstract enemy, but a constant, tangible companion. Soil was not dirty. It was the source of life, and to be coated in it after a day's plowing was a mark of honest labor. The grime that embedded itself in the skin's creases, the dust of threshing that layered hair and clothing. This was the patina of work, to be washed off at day's end in a basin of cold water if one was diligent, or worn until it built up to an itchy crust. Real filth was associated with specific, dangerous things: the midden heap, the tannery runoff, the leavings of animals in the byre. The line was not between clean and dirty, but between different kinds of dirt, the productive dirt of the field versus the corrupting filth of decay. Bathing was a rare and significant event, not a daily ritual. For the majority, a full immersion in water happened in warm weather in a river or pond, and was as much for pleasure and cooling as for hygiene. In colder months, washing was partial: face, hands, feet. The wealthy might have a wooden tub brought before the fire, filled by servants lugging heated water, a luxurious production. Soap, when used, was a coarse, harsh substance made from ashes and animal fat. The sensation of being truly clean, of skin scrubbed and hair washed, was a notable, infrequent pleasure, often associated with feast days or preparations for important events like a wedding. Smell, therefore, was a complex social marker. The rich could mask their natural scent with perfumes and powders, importing expensive spices and resins. The poor simply smelled of their environment: wood smoke, animals, wool, their own sweat. This was not considered offensive in itself. It was the baseline human scent, overlaid with the aroma of one's trade. A blacksmith smelled of fire and iron, a shepherd of grass and lanolin, a tanner of death and chemicals. To be without smell was unnatural. To smell of flowers in January was a proclamation of wealth. Dirt and odor were thus integral parts of the sensory landscape, not failings to be eradicated, but facts to be managed within the limits of possibility and custom. The night sky was not a void but a dense, brilliant, and legible text. Without the wash of artificial light, the stars were not pinpricks but vivid points of cold fire, their collective glow casting faint, discernible shadows on a clear, moonless night. The Milky Way was a great, ragged river of light arcing across the heavens, a sight that inspired not just wonder, but a sense of cosmic geography. This was the common clock and calendar. The slow wheeling of constellations marked the watch of the night. The position of certain stars at dusk or dawn told the time of year with reliable precision. The moon's phases governed not just ecclesiastical calendars like Easter, but the rhythm of practical life. Travel was easier under a full moon. Certain tasks, like slaughtering or planting, were traditionally tied to its waxing or waning. Eclipses and comets were not spectacles but omens, disruptions in the celestial order that heralded disaster on Earth. The death of kings, plague, war. The sky was active, engaged, a mirror and a governor of earthly affairs. To know the stars was not the hobby of an astronomer, but basic literacy for anyone who needed to navigate, to plan, or to understand their place in an ordered, albeit sometimes threatening, universe. The profound, humbling darkness between the stars was the ultimate reminder of a scale that dwarfed human concerns, a perspective built into every clear night. The end of a day's light was not an instant transition, but a resource that was actively managed. As the sun faded, the quality of work changed. Tasks requiring fine detail, sewing, carving, writing, were pushed to the earlier hours. As twilight deepened, labor shifted to what could be done by feel or in the gathering gloom. Carrying, stacking, feeding animals. The final moments of usable light were precious, a race to complete the last outdoor chore. Then began the careful economics of artificial light. A rushlight, made by dipping the pith of a rush in animal fat, gave a feeble, guttering flame that smoked horribly and lasted perhaps an hour. A tallow candle of rendered animal fat was better but still smoky, its light orange and wavering. Beeswax candles were a luxury, burning with a cleaner, brighter flame and a sweet smell, reserved for the church and the houses of the wealthy. Light was fuel literally consumed. To light a candle before it was absolutely necessary was an extravagance. So evenings were spent in a graduated dimness, activities chosen for their compatibility with the fading light. The fire's glow was the primary source, and people gathered close to it, their faces lit from below, the rest of the room receding into shadow. This nightly surrender to darkness shaped consciousness. It enforced a rhythm of activity and rest tied inextricably to the sun. It made the winter, with its long nights, a time of introspection and quiet labor, and the summer, with its brief darkness, a time of intense, extended outdoor work. The conquest of night by ubiquitous artificial light would be one of the most profound and psychologically disorienting revolutions in human history. But in this time, night remained a dominant periodic kingdom, its rule accepted and its rhythms built into the fabric of life, thought, and bone. The relationship with animals was one of intimate utility, a constant negotiation between dependency and domination. They were not pets in the sentimental sense, but co-inhabitants of a shared economic space. The ox in its stall was a slow, patient engine of immense value, his health and strength directly tied to the family's ability to plow and thus to eat. His care was meticulous. His fodder checked for mold, his hooves cleaned, his massive shoulders inspected for sores from the yoke. There was a bond, but it was the bond of a mechanic to a vital machine, affection tempered by sheer necessity. The death of a plow ox was an economic disaster, not an emotional one alone. Dogs existed in a category of their own, spanning the functional and the personal. A shepherd's dog was a working partner of sublime intelligence, its understanding of commands and flock psychology a source of quiet marvel. It slept where the shepherd slept, shared his food, and was integral to his livelihood. A hunting hound was a cherished asset, its breeding and training representing significant investment. But the village cur, the scavenger that lurked by the midden, was a different creature. Barely tolerated, often beaten, useful only as a mobile alarm against nighttime intruders. There was little room for an animal that did not earn its keep. Cats, where they existed, were valued for their predation on rats and mice, protectors of the grain store. They were useful ghosts, slipping through shadows, their presence noted by the absence of rodent sounds and the occasional small, mangled corpse left as a token. Their affection was incidental, their utility paramount. The experience of weather extended beyond discomfort into the realm of structural influence. A prolonged period of rain during planting could delay the sowing, compressing the season and forcing frantic, late work that risked a poorer yield. A hot, dry spell during the grain's flowering could blight the crop, turning potential abundance into thin, shriveled stalks. Weather was not an atmospheric condition but an active agent in the narrative of survival. It dictated the rhythm of days, the success of ventures, the mood of a community. A week of unseasonable warmth in late winter could raise false hopes, tempting buds to open only to be killed by the inevitable returning frost. A cruel trick that could damage an orchard's yield for the year. People read the sky, the behavior of animals, the ache in old wounds, with the acute attention of gamblers watching a die tumble. Their lives were the stake. The landscape of sound included not just natural noise or human industry, but the pervasive, ever-present sound of one's own body and the bodies of others. In close quarters, the symphony was constant. The gurgle of a digestion, the sigh of sleep, the rustle of straw as someone turned, the cough, the sniff, the clearing of a throat. There was no private auditory space. Sickness announced itself acoustically long before it was seen. The sound of retching, of labored, wheezing breath of the particular, wet cough that signaled lung sickness. These were familiar, dreaded signatures. Sleep itself was a public act. Its sounds, snoring, grinding teeth, sleep-talking, known to all who shared the room. This acoustic intimacy stripped away the modern fiction of the body as a silent, self-contained unit. It was a noisy, leaky, communal organism, its processes audible and olfactory, integrated into the shared sensory experience of the household. Privacy was a visual concept, achieved by turning a back or finding a shadowy corner. It was rarely an acoustic one. The material culture of belief was woven into the fabric of the everyday. It was not compartmentalized into a day of the week or a building. A cross carved into the dough of a loaf before baking was a prayer for sustenance and a ward against evil spirits that might spoil the food. A sprig of rowan tied above a door was a defense against witchcraft. A St. Christopher medal sewn into the lining of a traveler's cloak was a tangible plea for protection. These were not mere superstitions. They were a technology of the unseen, practical applications of a worldview that saw the physical and spiritual worlds as interlocked. The holy water font at the church door was used not just for crossing oneself, but for sprinkling on a sick animal or a newly planted field. Relics, a fragment of bone, a piece of cloth said to be from a saint's garment, were conduits of divine power, sought for healing and blessing. This belief was tactile. Faith had a texture. The smooth wood of a rosary bead, the cold touch of a pilgrim's badge, the rough grain of a stone from a sacred well carried in a pocket. The supernatural was approached not through abstract meditation, but through physical proximity to blessed objects and the meticulous performance of ritual actions. Doubt was less a philosophical position than a dangerous vulnerability, an opening for misfortune to enter. The passage of a single day from the inside of a modest home was a study in the shifting geometry of light and shadow. At dawn, a single sunbeam might spear through a crack in the shutter, illuminating a column of swirling dust, making it solid, significant. As the morning progressed, the light would move across the floor, defining the space. The patch of sun on the packed earth was the warm place to sit, the place to lay wet herbs to dry. By midday, if the door was open, the light would flood the threshold but not penetrate the room's deep interior, leaving the hearth area in a contrasting, cool gloom. In the afternoon, the light would slant, elongating the shadows of table legs and stools, creating a different world of long, distorted shapes. As evening came, the light reddened, then faded to gray, and the room's features softened, merged, and were slowly reclaimed by a uniform dimness until the fire and the meager candle re-established a small, defiant dominion of orange flicker in the heart of the dark. The architecture was not just shelter. It was a camera obscura, framing the daily transit of the sun, marking time in a silent, visual language of illumination and retreat. The concept of waiting was different. There were few appointments to keep, few schedules to meet beyond those imposed by the sun and the seasons. Waiting was often passive and integrated into other tasks. One waited for water to boil while mending a net. One waited for the bread to rise while spinning wool. One waited for a traveler's return while hoeing the garden, glancing down the road with each turn at the row's end. Waiting for the harvest was a months-long tension felt in the bones, a background anxiety that flavored the summer. Waiting for winter to end was a patient, communal endurance. There was no refreshment of a screen to pass the time, no stream of novel distraction. Boredom was thus a deeper, more profound state. It was an emptiness that, in the young, might lead to mischief, and in the old, to reverie or storytelling. But it was also a fertile ground. From the blank expanse of a long afternoon with no immediate task arose invention. A new way to tie a knot, a song hummed into existence, a daydream that hardened into a plan. Waiting was not dead time. It was porous time, time in which the mind, unstimulated by external novelty, turned its gaze inward or upon the minute details of the immediate environment, finding worlds within worlds. It was in these periods of undirected attention that the patterns in wood grain were studied, the habits of birds were learned, the intricate connections of local gossip were pieced together. The mind was allowed to wander its own paths, to make its own connections, free from the constant, directive chatter of a mediated world. The end of all these cycles, for the individual, was not an exit from the system but a final integration into it. The body, spent, was returned to the earth from which its food had come. The funeral rites were a purification of the community from the pollution of death and a recommitment to the order of the living. The name might be spoken for a generation in prayers, its memory a faint scent on the air of the parish, before it faded into the collective anonymity of ancestors. The individual will, ambitions, and sorrows dissolved, leaving behind only the material consequences of a life lived. A cleared field now worked by a son, a well-built house now sheltering a granddaughter, a story, perhaps, that entered the oral tradition, its details blurring and transforming with each telling until the person was lost and only the narrative shape remained. The measure of a life was not in its disruption of the pattern, but in the fidelity and skill with which its thread had been woven into the enduring tapestry of family, land, and community. The great, terrifying freedom of the modern self, to define oneself against tradition, to seek a unique destiny, was an unimaginable burden. Here, identity was a received garment, worn and adapted through use, but never cast aside entirely. To be was to partake, to live was to sustain, and to end was to relinquish one's small hold, trusting that the pattern, the great, slow, turning wheel of days and seasons and generations, would continue, as it always had, as it was expected it always would. The silence after a life was not an emptiness, but a space in the weave, ready to be filled by the next rhythmically drawn breath, the next swing of a scythe, the next patient turning of the soil under a sky that had watched it all before and would watch it all again. The transition from the medieval world to the ancient was not one of chronology in the narration, but of texture. The focus shifted from the damp, woody, wool-clad existence of the northern village to a world of stone, oil, and sun-baked skin. It began not with emperors or philosophers, but with the body at dawn in a Greek gymnasium. The air here was different, drier, carrying the scent of dust, aged sweat soaked into wooden beams, and the faint, earthy smell of the olive oil that would soon coat the skin. Light entered through high, open colonnades, falling in sharp, geometric patterns on the packed earth floor. Silence held a different quality here, too. It was a waiting silence, soon to be broken by the grunts of effort and the slapping of flesh on flesh. The athletes arrived not as a team, but as individuals bound by a shared, grueling purpose. Their training was not a path to health, but a forging of a living tool. The first exercises were not warm-ups but calibrations, stretching ropes to measure leaps, lifting progressively heavier stones not to build muscle for aesthetics, but to build a specific functional strength for wrestling holds or the final thrust of a javelin. The petatribes, the trainer, moved among them, his eyes missing nothing. His corrections were physical, a hand adjusting the angle of a shoulder, a foot nudging a stance wider. Words were sparse. Knowledge was transmitted through touch and repeated, brutal demonstration. The relationship was not one of encouragement, but of demand. The body was not to be listened to, it was to be commanded. Pain was not a signal to stop, but an indicator of the threshold being pushed. A sprinter would run until he vomited, then walk it off and run again, his lungs burning, the taste of bile metallic in his mouth. This was not punishment. It was the process. The goal was to inure the mind to the body's protests, to make endurance an automatic state. The midday sun transformed the gymnasium into a furnace. Now, the smell of hot dust and human exertion grew thick. Wrestling pairs grappled in the sand, their bodies slick with oil and sweat, making grips slippery, turning the contest into a test of leverage and balance as much as strength. The sound was of impact. The thud of bodies hitting the ground, the sharp exhalation of breath forced from lungs, the occasional muffled cry of a joint stressed to its limit. There was no malice in it. It was a clinical, strenuous puzzle. Across the yard, a discus thrower spun in his prescribed circle, a sculpture of tension and controlled release, the discus slicing the air with a low, whirring hum before thumping into the earth. The rhythm was repetitive, hypnotic. Each throw was analyzed by the trainer, a slight adjustment of the fingertips placement suggested, and the process began again. This was meditation through extreme physicality, the conscious mind fully absorbed in the mechanics of rotation, release, and follow-through, leaving no room for any other thought. The fatigue that set in was a clean fatigue, a total depletion that felt like being hollowed out, ready to be filled with food and sleep, the body's raw material for rebuilding itself stronger. The bath afterward was not for cleansing so much as for recovery. The strigil, a curved metal blade, was dragged across oiled skin, scraping off the mixture of sweat, dust, and oil in gray, sticky rolls. The water of the cold plunge was a shock that made the heart gallop, a reset of the senses. Only then came the warm bath, a space for quiet conversation or silent soaking. Here, in the steam, the athlete's body was on display, not as an object of beauty, but as a record of his labor. The thickened ear of the wrestler, the asymmetric shoulder development of the javelin thrower, the network of old bruises and scars. This was the body as text, its story legible to any other trained eye. The talk was of technique, of rivals, of minor injuries. Ambition was present, but it was a quiet, fierce thing, banked like the coals in the bathhouse furnace. The fear of failure was not fear of personal disappointment, but of becoming invisible, of returning to one's city not as a victor bringing glory, but as just another man, the immense investment of time and pain rendered meaningless. This pressure was carried not on the face, but in the set of the jaw, in the restless tapping of a finger on the damp stone bench. The day of competition dawned with a different silence. It was a silence internal to the athlete, a narrowing of the world to the lane of the stadium, the circle of the wrestling ground, the weight of the discus in hand. The rituals were personal and superstitious. A charm touched, a prayer whispered, a specific sequence of stretches performed. The crowd that gathered was a distant roar, a sea of color and noise that had to be walled out. The focus was on the feel of the starting groove under his feet, the texture of the jump-off board, the grip on the javelin's leather thong. When the signal came, the trained body took over. The mind became a passenger, observing the execution of motions practiced 10,000 times. The sprint was a blur of driven breath and pounding heart. The wrestle was a flow of instinctive countergrips and shifts of balance. The throw was a perfect, fleeting moment of alignment before release. Victory, if it came, was met not with exultation, but with a profound, weary relief. The crown of olive leaves was light, almost insignificant in weight, but it represented a transformation. From man to symbol, from individual to civic asset. The victory ode to be written would not capture the taste of dust, the ache in the ligaments, the solitude of the training yard at dusk. It would speak of grace, of divine favor, of civic pride. The athlete knew the truth lay in the mundane, brutal, and beautiful repetition that had made his body, for one day, a perfect instrument of an ancient, demanding ideal. The glory was for the city. The memory of the effort was his alone, a private continent of fatigue and satisfaction that would slowly fade, leaving only the faint echo of a stadium's roar and the lasting, subtle changes in the architecture of his bones. A world away, in the subterranean gloom of a ludus, a gladiatorial school, the relationship with the body was one of brutal repurposing. Here, the men were not free. Their bodies were not their own. They were capital owned and invested in. The dawn wake-up was not a gentle surfacing, but a jarring intrusion. The clang of a bar on a cell door, the bark of a lanista's orders. The air in the training yard was thick with the smell of damp sand, stale sweat, and the metallic tang of fear. These men were not forged for an ideal, but for survival in a spectacle. Their training was a grim parody of the Greek model, all application, no philosophy. They were drilled in the narrow specialties of their armor and weapons. The retiarius with his net and trident practicing his casting motion until his shoulder screamed. The secutor in his heavy helmet learning to move with a limited, judicious economy, conserving energy for the kill. The weapons they practiced with were heavy, blunt, wood rudis, but the strikes were real, the parries necessary. Bruises bloomed daily in dark blossoms across backs and thighs. The doctor, the weapons instructor, was a former gladiator himself. His body a roadmap of old wounds, his voice a gravelly rasp. He taught not elegance but efficiency. A thrust here to the unprotected thigh, a slash there to the back of the knee, how to fall without breaking a limb, how to use the sand to slow an opponent. The lessons were devoid of honor, focused solely on the mechanics of disabling and killing another human being while presenting a compelling show. The men trained in a near silence, broken only by the thwack of wood on wood, the shuffle of feet in sand, and the instructor's curt corrections. There was no camaraderie, only a tense, watchful coexistence. Your training partner today might be the man you are ordered to kill tomorrow. Bonds were of vulnerability. The greatest fear was not of death in the arena, but of the summa rudis, the editor's wooden staff, tapping the shoulder to signal the final blow. It was the fear of humiliation, of a poor performance that would bore the crowd and earn the mit, The command to release a defeated, worthless fighter, or worse, the turned thumb, the demand for death. This fear was a cold stone in the gut during training, a sharpener of senses. It made the men meticulous. They learned their craft with the desperate focus of the condemned, for that is what they were, regardless of their official status. Their bodies, fed a calorie-rich diet of beans and grains to build mass and stamina, were prisons of tense muscle and scar tissue. Their minds existed in a perpetual state of controlled dread, a gray zone between the monotony of the ludus and the terrifying lottery of the arena. The glory promised to the victor, the palm branch, the purse of coins, the adulation, was a distant, gaudy dream, less real than the immediate, grainy feel of the practiced sword in hand, the smell of the oil used to clean their armor, the sound of the gate that led from the barracks to the world, which for them was only the short, sand-covered path to another, larger, waiting gate, and the roar of 50,000 voices deciding their fate. The transition from the focused, brutal microcosm of the ludus to the vast, impersonal geometry of the Roman arena was a journey through a tunnel of roaring sound. For the gladiator, the world compressed to the circle of his vision within his helmet, to the feel of the sand, coarser and brighter than the training yards, under his sandals. The crowd was not a collection of faces, but a single throbbing organism of noise, a wave of sound that pressed against the ears like a physical force. It carried no distinct words, only a composite roar of appetite and anticipation. The smell was overwhelming. The dry, clean scent of the fresh sand overlying the deeper, iron-tinged odor of old blood that no amount of raking could erase. The smell of perfumes and sweat from the nearby podium seats. The faint, acrid smell of fear sweat that he knew was his own, trapped within the confines of his armor. The sun, reflected off the white marble and the mica-flecked sand, was a blinding, oppressive weight. His breath was loud inside his helmet, a steady, ragged rhythm against the cacophony. The combat itself, when it began, was not the chaotic brawl of popular imagination. It was a grim, technical dance. The years of repetitive training took over. The mind disengaged, leaving the body to execute the drilled sequences. Parry, step, thrust, recover. The world narrowed further to the movements of the man across the sand. The clang of sword on shield was a sharp, local punctuation against the background roar. Every sense was heightened, yet funneled. He saw the minute shift in his opponent's shoulder that presaged a lunge. He heard the rasp of his own breath, the grunt of effort from the other man. He felt the jarring impact up his arm, the burn of muscle pushed beyond its limits. Time dilated. A minute could feel like an hour could pass in a perceived instant. Pain, if a blow landed, was a bright, specific flare, acknowledged and compartmentalized. There was no room for anger, for hatred. The opponent was not a person, but a set of problems to be solved. The reach of his trident, the gap in his shield defense, the pattern of his footwork. The fight was a lethal puzzle, and survival was its only solution. The moment of decision, when one fighter was disarmed or wounded and fell, brought a sudden, terrifying clarity. The roar of the crowd resolved into distinct shouts, a chaotic blend of mit and ugula. The gladiator, standing, his chest heaving, would look up, not at the crowd, but at the editor's box. His fate now rested on the whims of a wealthy man seeking public favor and the mood of the mob. To raise a finger in appeal was to surrender all dignity, but dignity was a currency with no value here. The editor would pause, drawing out the moment, then gesture. The crowd's response would swell, dictating his final choice. If the thumb turned, the defeated man would often, in a final act of grim professionalism, expose his throat or chest, accepting the final blow with a stoic nod. The victor would deliver it a quick, efficient end. There was no pleasure in it, only the cold satisfaction of a job completed, of having survived the lottery once more. The sudden silence of the defeated body, the cessation of its struggle, was the most profound sound in the arena. Then the roar would surge again, now for the living. The victor would make a slow circuit of the arena, the adrenaline draining away to be replaced by a deep, trembling emptiness, the cheers washing over him meaninglessly. He was a tool that had functioned correctly. He would be led back through the gate of life, the roar fading behind him, returning to the smell of oil and straw, to the silent, knowing stares of the men who waited for their own turn. The glory was a phantom. The reality was the taste of dust and blood in his mouth, the ache in every muscle, and the heavy, inescapable knowledge that he would have to do it all again. Far from the heat and blood of the Mediterranean, the rhythms of the Mesoamerican ball court were governed by a different cosmology. The game was not entertainment. It was a ritual enactment of celestial struggle, a desperate prayer made with the body. The court itself was a sacred geometry, a long, narrow alley between towering, sloping walls, representing the liminal space between the world of the living and the underworld. The preparation was ceremonial. Players were painted with symbols, their bodies transformed into living diagrams of myth. The heavy, protective belts of leather and wood were fastened around their hips, not for comfort, but to turn their bodies into living battering rams. The air in the enclosed court was still, hot, and thick with the smell of copal incense from earlier ceremonies, a sweet, resinous smoke that hung in the air like a visible prayer. The game began not with a whistle, but with a ritual serve. The solid rubber ball, heavier than any modern athlete would conceive of for such a sport, was a dark, animate presence. Striking it with the hip or thigh was not a tap. It was a monumental, jarring impact that resonated through the skeleton. The sound was a deep, percussive thump that echoed off the stone walls. There was no continuous volley. The game progressed in bursts of terrifying energy. Players would launch themselves sideways, hurling their padded hips at the ball to keep it in motion, to prevent it from touching the ground, for a still ball was a cosmic failure. The physical punishment was immediate and immense. Bruises formed beneath the padding within minutes. A mistime jump could mean a broken rib from the impact of the ball or a collision with the hard stone of the wall. The focus was not on an opponent, but on the ball itself, on its trajectory, on the collective effort to keep it alive, afloat in the sacred alley. It was a battle against physics, against pain, against the gravitational pull of the earth that sought to halt the symbolic movement of the sun or stars the game represented. The stakes were not points, but fate. In its most profound ceremonial form, the outcome could determine more than a prize. It could dictate the fate of captives, influence the favor of the gods, reaffirm the political order. The players knew this. Their exertion was not for personal fame, but as intercessors for their people. The fatigue was thus of a different order, a spiritual exhaustion layered upon the physical. Every gasp for air was a prayer. Every successful return of the ball was a small victory for order over chaos. The game could last for hours, a marathon of controlled, violent impacts under a relentless sun. When it ended, there was no cheering crowd in the modern sense. There was a solemn recognition. The players, battered, barely able to walk, were led away. Their bodies were temples that had hosted a divine struggle. The pain they felt was not an injury, but an offering. Their victory or loss was not personal, but a piece of a larger, cosmic narrative, a story written in bruises, in the smell of sweat and incense, in the echoing thump of rubber on stone that was the heartbeat of a civilization trying, through sheer physical will, to keep the universe in motion. Back in the north, in a Viking longhouse during the depth of winter, the relationship with the body turned inward to endurance of a subtler, more pervasive kind. The cold was a patient enemy. It seeped through the thickest wool, found the gaps between logs, and settled on the skin like a fine, persistent damp. Life centered on the central hearth, a pit of fire that fought a constant, losing battle against the chill. The light was a flickering orange dome that left the high, smoke-blackened rafters in perpetual shadow where the cold pooled. The air was layered with smells. Wood smoke, the earthy scent of dried fish hanging from the beams, the smell of wet wool drying by the fire, the sour tang of fermenting ale in its barrels. Work here was not of expansive labor, but of meticulous maintenance. A man might spend hours repairing a fishing net, his fingers growing stiff and clumsy, dunking them in a bowl of lukewarm water to restore feeling before continuing the intricate knots. A woman would card wool by the fire's light, the repetitive motion keeping her hands occupied, the fleece pulling apart into soft, airy clouds. Conversation was sparse, functional. Stories were told, but these were not the vibrant tales of summer raids. They were older, darker sagas of gods and giants, of fates woven and unavoidable, their rhythms matching the slow, crackling pace of the fire. The body's needs were basic and constant. The need for warmth, for hot food, for the preserving sleep that was harder to find in the cold. The night's first sleep was often shallow, broken by the need to feed the fire. The waking interval was spent huddled closer to the embers, listening to the wind scream like a trapped spirit against the walls, a sound that spoke of a vast, frozen emptiness just beyond the thin barrier of wood and turf. This was a test of psychological fortitude as much as physical resilience. The winter was a confinement, a narrowing of the world to the fire's radius, a time when the mind had to make peace with stillness, with waiting, with the intimate, unchanging company of the same few faces, day after long, dark day. Survival was not dramatic. It was a slow, stubborn act of not yielding, of keeping the flame lit, of preserving the body's core heat, of waiting, with a granite-like patience, for the world to turn back towards the sun. The perception of craft was not separated from the passage of time. It was the primary means of marking its quality. In a quiet corner of a monastery scriptorium, or in the spare room of a wealthy townhouse, the work of the illuminator unfolded in a silence broken only by the scratch of a quill and the soft, regular breath of concentration. The parchment, scraped thin and smooth, had a faint, animal smell, a reminder of its origin. The pigments were alchemy, lapis lazuli ground from Afghan stone into a blue more vivid than the summer sky, malachite for green, vermilion, toxic, and brilliant from cinnabar. They were mixed with egg yolk or gum arabic on a palette of shell or pottery, each hue a small, precious reservoir. The light was everything. It was angled from a high, north-facing window, steady and diffuse, to avoid casting shadows from the hand. The illuminator's work was a descent into miniature worlds. First, the outline drawn with a fine-pointed lead or ink. Then, the laying of ground colors, careful not to bleed over the lines. Then, the excruciatingly slow build-up of detail. A single capital letter could consume days. The foliage that sprouted from its form was not drawn from life in that moment, but from a memory of life, filtered through pattern books and tradition. Yet, within those constraints, a fierce, tiny creativity thrived. In the margin, a sly rabbit, a battling snail, a monkey mimicking a priest. These were not doodles, but quiet commentaries, breaths of irreverence in a sacred text, a private dialogue between the craftsman and the eternity he was illustrating. His body ached from the posture, his eyes strained. A mistake was catastrophic. A drop of ink, a shaky line, requiring careful scraping with a knife, a process that risked tearing the expensive skin. The work was a meditation on perfection within stricture. He was not expressing himself. He was serving the word, adorning it, making it a worthy vessel for divine truth. The satisfaction was profound but silent, found in the flawless curve of a line, the perfect gradient of a color, the moment when the tiny, jewel-like scene within the letter became a window onto an eternal reality. When he finally laid down his brush, his fingers cramped. His mind emptied of everything but the image he had conjured from powder and patience. The passage of time was recorded not in hours, but in the minute, glorious evidence left on the page. In the dense, humid air of a Mesoamerican city, the craft of the obsidian napper was one of controlled violence and sublime precision. The material itself was a gift of the gods. Volcanic glass, blacker than night, holding a razor's edge within its brittle heart. The workshop was a courtyard littered with flakes and cores, the ground glittering darkly. The napper sat cross-legged, a leather pad on his thigh to protect it. In his hands he held a core of obsidian, studying its flow lines, its hidden faults, reading it like a map. His tools were simple: an antler tine for pressure flaking, a hammerstone of harder rock. The process was a conversation of force. A precise, calculated tap with the hammerstone struck a platform on the core's edge. With a sound like a bell cracking, a long, curved flake sheared away, its edges wickedly sharp. He examined the flake's profile, its thickness. Some would become spear points, their shapes standardized for penetration. Others would be worked further, with the antler tine pressed against the edge to peel off tiny, feather-light flakes, refining the curve of a blade for a sacrificial knife or an ornate ceremonial object. The risk was total. One misplaced strike, too much pressure, a hidden flaw in the stone, and the piece would shatter into useless fragments. The napper's world shrank to the point of contact between his tool and the glass. His breathing slowed. His entire being was focused through his fingertips, feeling the vibration of the strike, the grain of the material. There was no room for error, no room for thought beyond the next micro-adjustment of angle and force. The waste mound grew around him, a testament to failures and learning. A successful piece, held up to the sun, was translucent, its edges catching the light in a rainbow sheen, a thing of lethal beauty. This craft was not creation from nothing. It was liberation of a form trapped within the stone, a collaboration with a material that could gift a perfect edge or punish inattention with instant, irredeemable ruin. The napper's skill was a kind of priesthood, mediating between the violent potential of the earth and the human need for tools of both practical survival and sacred violence. In a bustling medieval town, the craft of the bell founder was a public alchemy, a spectacle of fire and communal hope. The process began in secrecy with the making of the core, a brick and clay structure built around a false bell of straw and rope, which would be burned out later. This was coated with fine loam to form a smooth surface. Then the cope, the outer mold, was built over it, an intricate negative of the bell's external decoration. Inscriptions, saints' faces, heraldic shields, pressed into the clay by skilled molders. The two molds were carefully separated, the false bell destroyed, and the inner surface of the outer mold carved with the precise thickness calculations that would determine the bell's note. The reassembly was a tense operation, ensuring the core hung perfectly centered within the cope, a uniform space between them that would become bronze. Casting day drew a crowd. The furnace, a giant brick dome, had been stoked for hours. Within, the bronze, copper, and tin melted into a seething orange-white lake. The smell was of hot metal, burning charcoal, and a tang of ozone. The founder, his face sheened with sweat and grimed with soot, directed the tapping of the furnace. The molten metal flowed into a giant clay crucible, a glowing, terrifying weight. Teams of men, using long poles, carried the crucible to the waiting mold pit, their muscles corded with the strain, the light from the metal painting their faces infernal. A hush fell, broken only by the hiss and roar of the liquid fire. The founder gave a nod. The metal was poured. It slid into the mouth of the mold, a river of sun. The air sizzled with heat and the smell of baking clay and burning moisture. The crowd watched, breath held, as the founder listened. A bad pour, a leak, a crack in the mold would be a costly public failure. The metal settled. It would take days to cool. Only then would the mold be broken away, and the bell, blackened and rough, be revealed. Its voice was still a mystery. It would be tuned by chipping metal from its inner surface, a delicate process of striking and listening until the precise, clear note emerged. A voice that would ring over the town for centuries, marking time, calling to prayer, tolling for deaths. The founder's craft was one of faith in hidden geometry, of brute force married to acoustic science, a creation that began in fire and silence and ended by giving a community a shared voice in the sky. In the still, dust-moted air of an Egyptian stonecarver's yard, the craft was one of subtraction, of revealing a form believed to be already imprisoned within the block. The stone, limestone, sandstone, sometimes granite, was not a neutral substance. It had a will, a grain, hidden faults. The carver approached it first with respect, studying its surface. His initial tools were rough, heavy copper chisels and wooden mallets to knock away large, unwanted portions. The yard echoed with the rhythmic tap-tap-tap, a dry, percussive music. As the form emerged, the curve of a shoulder, the line of a headdress, the tools changed. Lighter chisels, finer points. The carver's touch became more intimate. He worked now not by force, but by a precise application of pressure, peeling away tiny flakes, following the contour imagined by the sculptor's preliminary paint marks. The final stage was the polishing. With abrasives, sand, then finer emery, the surface was rubbed for days, weeks, until it achieved a smoothness that caught the light like skin. For a statue intended for a tomb, the face was the last and most important part. The eyes were often left incomplete or simply outlined, awaiting the final ritual of opening the mouth that would symbolically give the statue life in the hereafter. The carver's relationship with the image was not one of artistic expression, but of ritual execution. He was not creating an original work. He was replicating an idealized, eternal form dictated by tradition and religion, the serene face of a pharaoh, the balanced posture of a scribe. His skill lay in his fidelity to the canon, in his ability to make the rigid, formal poses feel poised and alive within the stone. His satisfaction came from the moment the last bit of grit was washed away, and the figure stood complete, impersonal, and perfect, ready to serve its function for eternity, a testament not to the carver's name, but to the enduring power of the forms he served. His hands were the instruments of permanence, translating faith and power into a material that would outlast kingdoms. The understanding of medicine existed in a shadowed realm between observed effect, spiritual belief, and the stark limitations of the human body. The medicus or the healer did not work in sterile rooms, but in spaces saturated with life. The dim interior of a hut, the corner of a workshop, the open air of a monastery herb garden. Diagnosis was a sensory art. The healer would look at the color of the skin, the whites of the eyes. He would listen to the breath, not with a stethoscope but by placing an ear close to the chest, hearing the rattle or the wheeze. He would smell the patient's breath, their sweat, their wounds. A sweet smell could indicate gangrene, a certain sourness a digestive imbalance. Touch was crucial. The dry heat of a fever, the clammy chill of shock, the swelling of a limb, the precise location of pain under probing fingers. Treatment was a tapestry woven from disparate threads. Herbal knowledge was vast and empirical. Willow bark was steeped for pain and fever. Its bitter tea was a familiar draught. Honey, known for its preservative qualities, was smeared on wounds as an antiseptic poultice. Poultices of comfrey, plantain, or bread and milk were applied to draw out infection or soothe inflammation. But this practical knowledge was inseparable from the mystical. The phase of the moon was considered when collecting herbs. Certain plants had to be harvested with specific incantations. Illness was often seen as an imbalance of the four humors: blood, phlegm, black bile, yellow bile, and treatment aimed to restore balance through bleeding, purging, or dietary changes. A fever might be treated by cooling the patient, but also by applying leeches to draw out excess blood. Surgery was a grim, last resort, performed with courage and crude tools. Amputations, for a crushed limb or advancing gangrene, were done with saws and knives. The patient held down or given alcohol or opium if available. The speed of the surgeon was his only mercy. Cauterization with a hot iron was used to seal bleeding vessels. The smell of searing flesh a horrific signature of the procedure. Success was measured in survival, not comfort. The healer's role extended beyond the physical. He or she was often a counselor, a confessor of sorts, listening to the patient's fears, offering prayers, administering last rites if a priest was not at hand. Recovery was attributed as much to divine intervention or the strength of the patient's spirit as to the treatment. The healer worked in a constant state of humble uncertainty, applying the best knowledge available, aware that the true workings of the body and the cause of disease were mysteries locked behind the veil of flesh, in the domain of God or the caprice of malign spirits. Theirs was a practice of hope, observation, and often heartbreaking limitation. The experience of childhood was not a protected state of innocence, but an apprenticeship in fragility and utility. Infancy was perilous. The cold, malnutrition, infection, and simple accidents claimed a staggering number of lives before the age of 5. A mother's vigilance was constant, woven into the fabric of her daily labor. A baby was swaddled tightly, not just for warmth and a sense of security, but to allow the mother to work with the child bound to her or resting nearby. The cry of an infant was not a nuisance to be soothed for quiet's sake, but a vital signal of need in a world where inattention could mean death. As soon as a child could walk and understand simple commands, they were integrated into the household economy. There was no concept of play as a separate, privileged activity. Play was imitation of work. A little girl with a tiny broom, a boy with a stick for a plow. Real tasks were given early: fetching water in a small bucket, collecting eggs, scaring birds from the newly sown fields with shouts and waving arms. These were not chores. They were contributions, the first steps in earning one's place. Education, for the vast majority, was not academic. It was the slow, osmotic absorption of skills, watching a parent weave, then being given the shuttle to try, standing by the forge, then being told to pump the bellows. Knowledge was transmitted through gesture, repetition, and occasional, sharp correction. Stories, proverbs, and folk tales carried the moral and practical lessons of the community. Discipline was physical and immediate. A straying hand towards the fire would be slapped. A task done poorly might earn a cuff on the ear. This was not considered cruelty, but necessary conditioning, like breaking a young animal to harness. The world was physically dangerous, and obedience was a survival trait. Yet within this harsh framework, there was affection. The weary kiss on a dirty forehead at the end of the day, the secret sharing of a scrap of honeycomb, the carrying of a tired child on shoulders back from the field. These were the unrecorded tokens of love. Childhood was a brief, intense period of accelerated integration, a moving from the total dependency of infancy to the partial, then full contributor status of adulthood. There was little time for the luxury of a prolonged introspective selfhood. The self was being forged in action, in duty, in the gradual mastering of the small, essential tasks that kept the hearth fire burning and the larder from emptiness. The transition to adulthood was not marked by a birthday, but by a shift in responsibility. Taking on a full share of field labor, entering into apprenticeship, marrying. One day you were a child helping. The next, you were an adult upon whom others depended. The threshold was crossed not with ceremony, but with the assumption of a heavier load. The landscape of the mind, of thought and memory, was shaped by the absence of external archives. Most people carried the world in their heads. Genealogies, property boundaries, the details of complex customary laws, the recipes for remedies, the sequences of rituals. All were stored in living memory, reinforced by recitation and seasonal repetition. This fostered a culture of immense oral precision. A storyteller could recount a saga lasting hours, the rhythms and formulae ensuring not a word was lost. A farmer knew the history of every strip in the open field system, not from a map, but from the stories told by his father. Memory was not a personal storehouse, but a communal ledger. The elders were the libraries, their minds the repositories of precedent and wisdom. To lose an elder was to lose a volume of irreplaceable information. This reliance on memory shaped cognition itself. Minds were trained for retention, for spatial and narrative memory. People could navigate vast, featureless landscapes by a mental map built from subtle cues. The shape of a distant hill, the pattern of stars, the feel of the wind. Thought was often iterative, circling around known proverbs, biblical parables, or folk wisdom, applying them to new situations. Innovation was slow, not for lack of intelligence, but because deviation from remembered practice was risky. Why change the plow design your grandfather used if his harvests were sufficient? Experimentation could lead to hunger. Thus, thought was often conservative, oriented toward preservation, toward fitting new experiences into the framework of old, proven patterns. Dreams and visions held significant weight in this mental landscape. With less sensory bombardment from a mediated world, the internal life of the mind, the dreams of the night, the daydreams born of boredom, had more space and credence. A vivid dream could be interpreted as an omen, a message from God or the dead. A vision, perhaps born of fever or fasting, could found a cult or redirect a life. The boundary between internal vision and external reality was more porous. This made the mind a theater not just of memory and practical calculation, but of divine and demonic visitation, a place where the unseen forces of the world were believed to manifest most clearly. Mental anguish was not a psychological condition to be analyzed, but a spiritual trial or a possession to be exorcised. The interior world was a vast, dark forest, respected and feared, its paths known only through the unreliable guides of tradition, faith, and the fleeting, vivid images born in the silence of the night or the exhaustion of the body. To know oneself was less important than to know one's place in the remembered order of things, and to keep watch over the strange, symbolic country within, where truth was believed to sometimes walk in disguise. The phenomenon of travel beyond the local sphere was a profound rupture in the fabric of a life. For the pilgrim, it was a journey mapped in penance and hope. The decision was not made lightly. Affairs were put in order, debts settled, a will drawn up. The pilgrim's garb, a simple tunic, a broad-brimmed hat, a staff, and a scrip or pouch, marked them as a person in a state of grace, entitled to charity and protection, though that entitlement was often ignored. The first steps away from the village boundary were a step into vulnerability. The landscape, familiar for a day's walk, became strange. The road was not a friendly place. It was fraught with physical danger. Rutted tracks that turned to mud, treacherous fords, dense forests harboring wolves and outlaws. The weather, once a backdrop to home, became the primary determinant of comfort and progress. A day of rain meant sodden clothes, a feverish chill, and no dry place to sleep. The pilgrim traveled in groups when possible, for safety and companionship. These groups were temporary micro-communities, bound by shared purpose but also by the tensions of forced intimacy. There were arguments over pace, over sharing food, over the interpretation of signs and directions. At night, they sought shelter in monastic hospices, crowded and austere, or in charitable hostels where they might sleep on straw in a common room, their bodies packed together for warmth, the air thick with the smell of wet wool, unwashed feet, and tired humanity. The journey was as much internal as external. The repetitive motion of walking became a kind of moving meditation. The mind, freed from daily tasks, could turn inward to prayer, to contemplation of sins, to fantasies of the holy sight ahead. The miles were marked by wayside shrines, by the stories of other pilgrims met on the road, by the gradual change in dialect and custom. The destination, the shrine of St. James at Compostela, the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, was a glittering idea that sustained the weary body. Upon arrival, after months of hardship, the experience was often one of overwhelming anticlimax. The jostling crowds, the hawkers selling relics of dubious authenticity, the sheer, mundane business of a major pilgrimage site. Yet, in touching the relic, in completing the ritual circuits, a profound psychological shift could occur. The fatigue, the fear, the discomfort were transformed into tokens of devotion, woven into the spiritual merit of the act. The return journey was lighter in spirit but often harder on the body, the reserves of strength and resources depleted. The pilgrim returned home marked, not just by the souvenir badge sewn on their hat, but by a quiet, unshakable knowledge of the world's breadth and their own endurance. They had walked to the edge of their known universe and back. For the merchant, travel was calculation incarnate. His journey was not linear but a circuit, a commercial orbit. His pack or his cart was his mobile shop, its contents a careful speculation on distant demand. Silks from the east, spices from tropical islands, Flemish wool, Italian glass, each item was weighed not just in pounds, but in risk. The road was a gauntlet of tolls, taxes, and corrupt officials. Every bridge, every town gate required negotiation and the payment of a fee, cutting into his slender margins. His senses were tuned to threat. The too friendly stranger at the inn, the suspiciously empty stretch of forest, the changing demeanor of local guildsmen who saw him as competition. He slept lightly, his purse and his goods within reach. His knowledge was of exchange rates, of the quality of local coinage, of which lords were at war and which roads were therefore unsafe. He carried letters of credit, promises on parchment that were only as good as the reputation of the man who wrote them. His world was one of abstracts, profit, loss, interest manifested in the very tangible reality of sore feet, bad food, and the constant, low-grade anxiety of being robbed or cheated. Success was not in the journey but in the return with a full purse and sold goods. He was a connective thread in a vast, fragile web of commerce. His personal safety the gossamer on which his fortune hung. His homecoming was not a spiritual transformation, but an accounting, a reckoning of risks taken and rewards won, before the cycle of speculation began anew. The experience of war for the common man was not one of campaign strategy or heroic charges, but of a vast, consuming shadow falling across ordinary life. It began with the arrival of the quartermaster or the lord steward, demanding the feudal levy, a quota of men, of grain, of carts. For the peasant, this could mean his son, his horse, or the seed corn needed for next year's planting, taken with scant compensation. If the war was local, the village itself could become the theater. The approach of an army was heralded not by trumpets, but by the smoke of burning fields on the horizon, a creeping stain in the sky. Then came the refugees, stumbling down the road with tales of slaughter and pillage. A terrible choice presented itself. Flee into the woods with what little one could carry, becoming a starving fugitive, or stay and hope the army passed by or that the Lord's walls would hold. If the army descended, hell was methodical. Soldiers, often poorly paid and living off the land, were a locust swarm. They looted grain stores, slaughtered livestock, smashed tools and furniture for firewood. What they could not take, they spoiled. Wells were fouled. Women were raped. Men who resisted were killed. Those who didn't might be pressed into service as baggage carriers. The social order evaporated in the face of raw need and violence. After the army moved on, the survivors emerged into a shattered world. The fields were trampled or burned. The mill was broken. The dead, friend and foe alike, lay where they fell, to be buried in hurried, mass graves. The stench of death and smoke lingered for weeks. Recovery was a matter of years, a weary rebuilding from scorched earth. The trauma buried as deeply as the bodies, remembered in a collective village silence and in the missing faces at the table. War, for those who worked the land, was not glory. It was the ultimate agricultural blight, a season of human winter that could erase a generation's labor and leave the survivors aged a decade in a month. In the quiet spaces between these great disruptions, pilgrimage, commerce, war, existed the deep, steady current of local loyalty. This was not patriotism to an abstract nation, but a fierce, parochial attachment to the country in its original sense, the land immediately around. This loyalty was to the specific, the shape of the local hills against the sunset, the taste of water from a particular spring, the peculiar dialect of the village, the annual fair that had happened since time out of mind. It was an identity woven from daily interaction with a few square miles of earth and a few dozen familiar faces. Strangers from the next valley were viewed with suspicion, their customs odd, their speech slightly off. News from the wider world, the death of a king, a papal schism, a war in a distant land, was filtered through this local lens. What did it mean for the harvest? For the Lord's taxes? Would it bring soldiers here? The local was the real, the immediate, the container of all meaning. The church spire was the axis mundi. The village boundary stones marked the edge of the known, ordered world. Beyond lay the outside, a place of danger, strangeness, and moral ambiguity. This deep localism was the bedrock of identity. It provided an unshakable sense of place and belonging, but it also bred an insularity that could be hostile to new ideas and outsiders. One's worth was measured by one's standing within this small, intense world. To be cast out of it, through exile, ostracism, or flight from disaster, was a fate almost worse than death, a severing from the very source of self. This loyalty was seldom articulated. It was lived in the daily walk to the same fields, in the exchange of greetings with the same neighbors, in the shared memory of where old so-and-so's barn once stood before the great storm. It was the silent, stubborn faith that this patch of earth, and the people upon it, constituted a whole and meaningful universe. The experience of night, in its deepest, most silent watch, held a different consciousness for those awake within it. For the midwife, summoned from her bed by a frantic husband, the night became a tunnel of focused, weary effort. Her journey through the sleeping village was through a world of black shapes and profound stillness, her own breath loud in her ears. The house she entered was an island of low, anxious light and stifled sound. The air was close, smelling of sweat, blood, and the herbs she brought in her bag. Lavender for calm, rue for strength. Her work was a physical and emotional archaeology, conducted by touch and instinct in the poor light. Her hands, skilled and gentle, assessed the progress, guided the child, sensed the rhythms of the mother's body. Her voice was a steady, low murmur of encouragement and instruction, a thread of calm in the room's tense atmosphere. The night stretched, measured not by clocks but by contractions, by the slow dilation, by the mother's waning strength. The midwife's own fatigue was a secondary note, pushed aside by the primacy of the task. She was the anchor in a storm of pain and hope. The moment of birth, when it came, was a messy, bloody, and profound relief. A new, mewling life emerging into the circle of firelight. Her work was not done until the afterbirth was delivered. The mother cleaned and settled, the child swaddled. Only then, as the first gray light touched the window, would she feel the weight of her own exhaustion, a satisfied weariness that was her silent wage. The walk home at dawn was through a world waking up, oblivious to the private, elemental drama that had just concluded. She carried the memory of it in the ache of her back and the quiet knowledge that she had once again presided over the most dangerous and ordinary of miracles. For the baker, the night was a time of solitary, heat-filled industry. He rose in the absolute dark, his house cold around him. The walk to the bakehouse was through silent, deserted streets. Inside, the remnants of yesterday's fire were revived. The great brick oven slowly brought to the necessary ferocious heat. The dough, mixed and set to rise the evening before, had transformed in the night, alive and bubbling. His work was rhythmic and physical, dividing the mass, shaping the loaves, slashing their tops with a blade. The smell of yeast and flour was the smell of his life. The heat from the oven door, when he opened it to load the loaves with a long wooden peel, was a blast that reddened his face and dried his eyes. The bakehouse was a world of hissing steam and the glorious, expanding scent of baking bread. He worked alone, a monarch in his kingdom of heat and dough. The silence was broken only by the crackle of the fire, the thump of dough on the table, the scrape of the peel on the oven floor. This was not a social time. It was a time of production, of meeting an unyielding, daily demand. His satisfaction was in the consistency, in the golden brown crust, in the hollow sound of a perfectly baked loaf when tapped. As dawn approached, his work culminated. The finished loaves, piled high on cooling racks, filled the space with their warmth and promise. The first customers would arrive as the sky lightened, exchanging coins for the tangible result of his night's labor. His day ended as theirs began, his personal cycle inverted. His rest earned in the daylight hours while the village consumed the fruits of his darkness. The insomniac, in a world without electric light or endless distraction, experienced the night as an immense, featureless plain. Lying beside a sleeping spouse, listening to the regular breath that underscored their own wakefulness. They were a castaway on an ocean of time. The mind, unmoored from the day's tasks, would drift into strange channels. It replayed minor social slights with excruciating clarity. It worried over inconsequential things, a slightly lame horse, a debt of a few pence. It wandered through fragmented memories, childhood scenes surfacing with inexplicable vividness. The body itched, twitched, grew impossibly restless yet leaden. The darkness was not peaceful but oppressive, a weight on the chest. Each sound from outside, the call of an owl, the rustle of an animal, was amplified, a punctuation mark in the endless sentence of the night. They might rise, padding silently to the door to look out at the stars, seeking solace in their cold, indifferent clockwork. But the vastness of the sky could magnify the sense of small, lonely isolation. Returned to bed, they would watch the slow, imperceptible lightning at the window, a gray seepage that felt less like hope and more like a reprieve from a sentence. Their fatigue at dawn was of a different quality than the laborers, a sour, mental exhaustion that the day's work would now have to overlie. They moved through the morning routines like a ghost, the vibrant world of day feeling thinly painted over the profound, solitary night they had just traversed alone. The concept of leisure as a distinct period of non-work, was faint and fragmented. For the majority, rest was the negative space around labor, the moments of sitting after a meal, the walk home from the field, the Sunday afternoon after Mass. Leisure activities were almost always secondary to something else. Singing happened while working, chanties for sailors, field songs for harvesters. Storytelling occurred by the fire after the day's work was done, a way to pass the time while hands might be busy with mending or shelling peas. Games were simple, often tied to festivals or markets. Tests of strength like wrestling, games of skill like pitching stones or playing knucklebones. They were bursts of activity within the social fabric, not escapes from it. For the nobility, leisure was more defined but equally purposive. Hunting was not sport. It was training for war, management of game stocks, and a display of social privilege. The feast was a tool of politics and patronage. Even the listening to a troubadour's song was an expression of courtly refinement and status. True idleness, time with no goal whatsoever, was suspect. It was the province of fools, the sick, or the sinful. The mind and hands were meant to be engaged. This did not mean life was devoid of pleasure, but that pleasure was deeply integrated into the rhythms of necessity and community. The taste of the first strawberry of summer was a pleasure because it was rare and marked a seasonal change. The warmth of the sun on a cold day was a pleasure because it relieved an ache. The laughter shared over a jug of ale after a hard week was a pleasure because it reaffirmed bonds and released shared tension. Joy was not pursued for its own sake. It was discovered as a fleeting quality within the interstices of duty, hardship, and the turning year. It was sharper, more poignant, and more deeply felt for its embeddedness in the rough texture of a life that made no promise of comfort. The modern chase for a curated, seamless experience of enjoyment would have been incomprehensible. Satisfaction was not a product to be consumed, but a temporary, unsought alignment of a moment's ease with the body's need or the spirit's hunger. A swallow of cold water when deeply thirsty, the silence after a storm, the completed sheaf of grain at the end of a long row. It was recognition, not acquisition. The perception of the elements was not symbolic, but a constant, tactile dialogue. Earth was not just dirt, it was a personality. The heavy, clinging clay of the river bottom that sucked at boots and promised fertility at the cost of backbreaking labor. The thin, stony soil of the hillside that yielded little but pasture for goats. The rich, dark loam of the forest edge, soft and cool to the touch. A farmer knew his fields by their feel under the plowshare, by the smell they released when turned, by the way they held water or let it run through. He spoke of land being kind or sour, attributing to it moods and dispositions. To be buried in it was not a metaphor for death, but the expected, physical conclusion of a life spent in its service, a return to the substance that had provided sustenance. Water was life, but in its raw, untamed state, it was also a profound threat. The well was a sacred point, a vertical connection to the hidden veins of the earth. Its water had a taste specific to its depth and the stone it filtered through. The river was a highway, a source of fish, a power for the mill, but also a capricious god that could swell with rain and tear away fields and fences in a night of roaring fury. The sea was the ultimate mystery, a vast, gray-green expanse of salt and terror, a road for the daring and a grave for the unfortunate. Its rhythms governed coastal lives, the pull of the tides, the seasonal runs of fish, the smell of a coming storm carried on a shifting wind. To be without clean water was a slow death, to have too much a swift one. Mastery over water through well-digging, irrigation ditches, or drainage was a hallmark of civilization, but it was always a fragile, negotiated mastery. Air was the invisible carrier of everything. It carried the scent of rain long before the clouds appeared, a clean ozone sharpness. It carried the smell of decay from the midden, the smoke from a neighbor's hearth, the distant salt of the sea. It carried sound with a clarity lost to the modern world. A voice calling from a far field, the bark of a dog villages away on a still night, the ominous rumble of thunder long before the storm crested the hill. The wind had personalities. The gentle, wet southwesterly that promised growth. The bitter, dry easterly that cracked lips and brought sickness, or so it was believed. The still, oppressive air before a thunderstorm that made breath difficult and tempers short. One breathed the world in literally. The air was never neutral, never empty. It was a soup of information, of threat, and of promise. Fire was the stolen element, the fragile triumph. It was danger and salvation contained in a single, flickering form. The hearth fire was the soul of the home, and its maintenance was a sacred duty. Letting it die was an ill omen and a practical disaster, requiring a humiliating trip to a neighbor to beg a burning brand. Fire for light was meager and expensive, the sputtering, smoky flame of a rushlight, the slightly better tallow candle. Fire for industry was transformative and terrifying, the roaring inferno of the forge, the controlled blaze of the kiln, the great heat of the glassblower's furnace. Wildfire was one of the most feared disasters, a ravenous beast that could consume forests, fields, and villages in a roaring, unstoppable advance, leaving behind a silent, blackened waste. Fire was respect, not control. It was a partner in survival that could turn on its keeper in an instant, a living thing that ate, breathed, and died, and upon which all other life precariously depended. The experience of the year's end was not a celebration of newness, but a contemplation of completion and repetition. The deep winter festivals came when the sun seemed weakest, a collective act of faith that the light would return. The rituals were not about looking forward, but about ensuring the cycle turned. The Yule log, the feast, the wassailing of orchards, these were charms, spells cast by a community upon the world to guarantee the continuation of the fundamental processes. The sun's strength, the fertility of the land, the health of the trees. The concept of New Year's resolutions would have been alien. The future was not a blank slate to be written upon by individual will. It was the next iteration of a pattern already deeply engraved. The turn of the year was a time for settling accounts, both financial and social, for restoring balance before beginning the same dance again. It was a time for remembering the dead, for their presence in the cycle was just as real as the living. They were the previous turn of the wheel. Hope was not for radical change, but for a good year, meaning one that hewed closely to the benevolent norm. Timely rains, mild frosts, healthy births, and an absence of plague or war. The satisfaction was in having completed the circuit, in having survived the journey from last winter to this one, in the simple, profound fact of still being here, with your people around the fire, as the longest night slowly yielded, as it always had, as it was prayed it always would. The interior world of faith, for the ordinary person, was less about theology and more about a relationship with a pantheon of specialized intermediaries. God the Father was distant, awe-inspiring, a judge. Christ was a suffering figure, a model of endurance, but his mercy was often mediated through his mother. The Virgin Mary was the compassionate ear, the understanding mother to whom one could bring daily sorrows and petty worries. The saints were a celestial network of specialists, a heavenly guild. You prayed to Saint Anthony for lost things. You appealed to Saint Jude for hopeless causes. You asked Saint Christopher's protection before a journey. Your local parish saint was your community's patron. Their feast day a holiday and their statue a familiar, comforting presence. This was a faith of bargains and vows. Saint, heal my child, and I will make a pilgrimage to your shrine. Virgin, spare my husband from the storm, and I will light a candle for you every week. Faith was transactional, personal, and deeply rooted in the need for agency in a capricious world. The rituals, The lighting of the candle, the kissing of the relic, the murmured rosary, were not empty habits. They were actions that maintained a connection, that kept the lines of communication open to the powerful friends in high places who could intercede with a universe that often seemed indifferent or hostile. The church building itself was not just a place for weekly mass. It was a repository of this power. Its cool, stone interior smelled of incense, wax, and damp stone. Its images, the painted dome over the chancel arch, the gentle face of the Madonna, were the visual language of this relationship. To step inside was to enter a different realm, one of order and potential grace, a refuge from the muddy, unpredictable, and painful world outside. It was a space where the chaos of life was given a story, a meaning, and a potential for mercy. The relationship with tools was an extension of the self, a dialogue between intention and material. A tool was never just an object, it was a biography of use. The wood axe handle, worn smooth and dark from a lifetime of grips, conformed to the specific calluses and finger width of its owner. Its edge, nicked and resharpened countless times on a whetstone, told the story of cords of oak and beech split against the coming winter. A carpenter's plane, its sole worn concave from years of pushing against grain, could only be properly used by the man who knew its particular sweet spot, the exact angle and pressure required to produce a whisper-thin shaving. Tools were repaired, never discarded. A broken rake would have its tines replaced with fresh wood, lashed and pegged. A cracked pottery jug would be stapled with lead. This constant mending was not poverty, but a philosophy of value. An object contained the labor of its making and the history of its service. To throw it away was to disrespect that accumulated worth. The craftsman's bench or the farmer's shed was a museum of these partnerships, each tool hanging in its designated place, resting until called upon again to translate human will into action upon the world. Silence, in its positive form, was not merely an absence but a fertile medium. In the monastic cloister, the grand silence after Compline was a tangible entity. It was a rule, yes, but it also became a presence. The sound of sandaled feet on stone flags, the rustle of a woolen habit, the distant cough from the infirmary. These only served to underline the profound quiet that held them. This silence was for God, a space into which prayer could expand without the friction of human speech. It was also for the mind, a forced disengagement from the social, a turning inward that could be terrifying or illuminating. In the workshop, the silence of deep concentration was different. It was a narrowing of the world to the point of a chisel, the line of a saw. The mind's chatter fell away, replaced by a flow state where hand and eye and material communicated without the need for internal narration. This was the silence of complete immersion, where time distorted and the self momentarily vanished into the task. For the shepherd on the high moor, the silence was vast and filled with non-human sound. The wind, the cry of a curlew, the bleat of a lamb. This silence was companionship, not emptiness. It allowed for a spaciousness of thought, for a connection to the landscape that was wordless and deep. In a world without constant audio stimulation, these different silences were psychological habitats, each with its own texture and purpose, each necessary for the equilibrium of a life. The concept of the future was not a timeline of goals, but a seasonal corridor of likely repetitions, haunted by the specter of interruption. One planned for the foreseeable, the planting of the spring barley, the shearing in early summer, the slaughter in autumn. Beyond that, the future was the domain of God, weather, and lordly whim. This did not engender passivity, but a focus on preparedness and resilience. The well-maintained tool, the full woodpile, the healthy breeding stock, the daughter taught to weave, these were investments in a stable future, a future that looked much like the present. Catastrophe was expected, if not its specific form. A wise household kept a reserve of seed grain buried, separate from the eating grain, against the chance of a failed harvest. Stories of past famines, plagues, and wars were not just tales. They were manuals for survival, case studies in what to do when the pattern broke. Hope, therefore, was not for dramatic improvement but for continuity. The greatest hope was that the harvest would be good enough, that the winter would be not too harsh, that the children would live to adulthood. Ambition, for most, was circumscribed by the walls of class and custom. A peasant might hope to acquire another strip of land through marriage or industry, not to become lord of the manor. An apprentice dreamed of becoming a master in his guild, not of revolutionizing his craft. The future was an inheritance to be received and maintained, slightly improved if fortune smiled, and passed on intact. This imposed a profound psychological stability, but also a ceiling. The anxiety was not about failing to achieve one's dreams, but about failing to uphold one's station, to meet the obligations that kept the precarious balance of life from tipping into disaster. The experience of community was inescapably physical. It was not an idea, but a dense web of shared space, shared labor, and shared sensation. You knew your neighbors by the sound of their cough, the smell of their cooking fire, the particular gait of their walk. Privacy, in the modern sense, was a rarity. Walls were thin. Activities were visible. Birth, illness, conflict, and death all unfolded in a semi-public sphere. This created a culture of mutual scrutiny and mutual support that was two sides of the same coin. Gossip was the social immune system identifying and isolating deviants. But the same network that carried gossip also carried aid. Food brought to a bereaved household, labor pooled to raise a barn, care for a sick child. Your reputation was your most valuable currency, and it was managed not online, but in the countless tiny transactions of daily life. The fairness of your measure at market, your willingness to help with the harvest, your demeanor at church. Exclusion from this web was a punishment more severe than any fine. It was a kind of social death. The individual was always seen in relation to their kin, their trade, their place in the village hierarchy. This could be stifling, but it also provided an ironclad sense of belonging. You were not an atomized unit. You were a knot in a net, your identity defined by your connections. Loneliness, therefore, was a different phenomenon. It was not the loneliness of being unknown in a crowd, but the profound, terrifying loneliness of being cast out from the only crowd that mattered, the palpable, watchful, interdependent community of the familiar. The end of the day, and by extension the end of a life, was felt as a natural dimming, not a cessation. As twilight gave way to night, activities gentled. The fierce focus of the sunlit hours softened. Hands moved more slowly over mendings. Conversations dropped to murmurs. The body's claims, the ache in the back, the heaviness of the eyelids, became the dominant narrative. Surrendering to sleep was not a defeat, but a capitulation to a rhythm as fundamental as the tides. It was a trusted dissolution. Similarly, the end of a life, when it came in its time, was often met with a weary acceptance that mirrored this daily surrender. In a world where death was a frequent visitor, its arrival for the aged was not a shocking tragedy, but the closing of a long account. The rituals surrounding it, the washing, the wake, the burial, were a communal processing of this final, inevitable task. They were a way for the living to perform the last services, to affirm the bonds that death had severed, and to slowly, carefully, reknit the social fabric around the absence. The dead did not vanish. They moved to a different part of the community's consciousness, remembered in prayers, in stories, in the continued use of the tools they had once handled. The grave in the churchyard was not an end point, but a relocation. The cycle of the day and the cycle of the life were understood as part of the same, great, turning wheel. Effort followed by rest, action followed by quiet, presence followed by memory, all flowing into one another in a pattern that felt, despite its hardships, fundamentally whole and eternal. The deepest wisdom was not to fight this cycle, but to find a rhythm within it, to match one's breath to its long, slow exhalation, and to understand that fulfillment lay not in transcending the pattern, but in inhabiting it with as much grace, duty, and quiet attention as one could muster. The shift from ancient and medieval textures to the industrial age of the monument was a transition into a new scale of indifference. The mountain, known as the Six Grandfathers long before it was renamed, held a silence of a different magnitude, a geologic silence that had been broken by the sound of dynamite. For the workers clinging to its face, the experience was not one of patriotic fervor, but of vertigo and grit. The Black Hills of South Dakota held a dry, pine-scented cold that bit through layers of wool and denim. The climb to the worksite each morning was a perilous routine. Up rickety ladders, across swaying catwalks bolted to the rock, the world shrinking below until the town of Keystone looked like a child's toy arrangement. The primary sensory fact was the dust. Granite dust, created by the drill bits and the explosions, was a fine, white, pervasive powder. It coated everything: hair, skin, the inside of nostrils, the bread in a lunch pail. Men coughed it up in gray phlegm. It gritted between teeth. It made the sunlight on the mountain face a hazy, glowing veil. The soundscape was one of violent, intermittent percussion. The jackhammers, driven by compressed air, created a relentless, juddering vibration that traveled up the arms and into the skull, a feeling that lingered in the bones long after the shift ended. Then would come the shouts of "fire in the hole," a pause that hollowed out the chest, and the deep, coughing thump of the dynamite charge, followed by a rattling rain of stone fragments on the safety sheds below. The most iconic and terrifying task was working the bosun's chair. A man would be lowered over the edge of the carving on a rope, sitting on a simple wooden plank, with a pile of heavy drill bits for company. He would swing in the empty air, hundreds of feet above the talus slope, with only the grip of the winch man above and the strength of the rope between him and oblivion. His world was the rock face directly in front of him. His job was to drill the dimples, closely spaced holes that would weaken the granite for the dynamite boys to follow. The wind-up there had a voice, a constant moan that could turn into a sudden, plucking gust. There was no room for error, no moment of inattention. The focus required was absolute, narrowing the universe to the alignment of the drill, the bite of the bit into the stone, the next handhold. Conversations were impossible. It was a solitude of the most extreme kind, a silent dialogue with gravity and granite. The satisfaction was minute and incremental. A perfectly drilled line, a section cleared. There was no view of the emerging presidential faces from this intimacy. Only a curve of stone, a field of white drill dust, and the aching strain in the shoulders and back. Below, in the bunkhouses and the company town, life was a cycle of exhaustion and small respite. The pay was steady, a godsend in the teeth of the Great Depression, but the work was dangerous and the living conditions rugged. Men played cards in the smoky light of kerosene lamps, the games quiet, stakes low. Letters from home were read and reread. The talk was of practicalities, the price of a new pair of boots that could grip the rock, the rumor of a safer dynamite fuse, the health of a child back in Nebraska. The monument itself was rarely discussed in grandiose terms. It was the project, the mountain, the job. Their relationship to the four emerging presidents was not ideological. It was physical. They were the ones who would smooth the curve of Jefferson's brow, who would define the line of Roosevelt's spectacles. They knew the mountain's stubbornness, its hidden fissures, the way the light hit it at 3 in the afternoon. Their legacy would be invisible in the final, polished product. Their labor subsumed into the symbol. They were not building a national icon. They were earning a living, one perilous day at a time, while slowly, methodically, turning a mountain into a message they themselves were too close to read. Parallel to this story of modern monument making, in the dense, teeming cities of antiquity, the most fundamental civic work proceeded unnoticed underground. The management of waste was a logic of flow and containment, a daily war against stagnation and disease. In Rome, the Cloaca Maxima was a world unto itself. To the citizen above, it was a rumor, a distant, echoing trickle beneath the grates of the Forum. For the Cloacarius, the sewer worker, it was a domain of darkness and precarious footing. Venturing into its brick-lined channels meant descending into a permanent twilight, the air thick with a warm, moist, and profoundly foul stench, a mixture of human excrement, rotting food, and the sour smell of fermentation. The sound was the gurgle and slap of sluggish water, the skittering of rats, the drip of condensation. His light, a flickering oil lamp, pushed back the gloom only a few feet, revealing walls slick with a nameless, slimy biofilm. His job was maintenance, clearing blockages with long poles, reinforcing crumbling brickwork. It was work performed in a crouch in stifling heat, with the constant, low-grade fear of a sudden rush of water from an upstream flush or the collapse of a wall. He was an unseen guardian of the city's health, his labor making possible the grandeur above by ensuring the filth of 500,000 people had somewhere to go. He emerged at day's end into the blinding sun and bustling noise of Rome, carrying the smell of the underworld in his clothes and hair, a walking reminder of the price of urban order. In the cities of Song Dynasty China, the approach was not removal but meticulous recycling. Here, waste was not a problem to be hidden, but a resource to be collected. The system was rhythmic and precise. Before dawn, the night soil collectors would make their rounds. They moved in quiet pairs, with shoulder poles bearing wooden buckets sealed with lids. The smell that accompanied them was pungent, organic, undeniable. They would empty household privies into their containers, their work a transaction, sometimes a small fee, sometimes a reciprocal agreement for a portion of the fertilized crop later. There was a professional pride in this efficiency. The waste was not dirty in a moral sense. It was a valuable commodity in the agricultural cycle. The collectors would transport their cargo outside the city walls to the drying fields, where it would be composted with straw and ash. The resulting night soil was a powerful fertilizer, its use returning nutrients to the land in a near-perfect loop. This system required a disciplined social contract. It depended on the reliability of the collectors and the cooperation of every household. It acknowledged a simple, unromantic truth. What the body expels, the earth can use to create food again. The Chinese solution was one of integration, not alienation, turning the most basic byproduct of human life into the foundation for its continued sustenance. The collector, like the Roman Cloacarius, was essential yet marginalized, performing the task that kept the city alive and fed, his role written in the healthy green of the paddies stretching beyond the city gate, in the abundant harvests that sustained the empire. The final rotation of focus comes to rest not on an era, but on an action. It is the action of hands repeated across all times. The hands of the medieval scribe, carefully burnishing gold leaf onto parchment, the breath held to keep from disturbing the fragile sheet. The hands of the stone carver in Egypt, feeling for the fault line in the granite with sensitive fingertips. The hands of the gladiator, tightening the leather grip on his sword hilt. The hands of the Mount Rushmore driller, blistered and strong, guiding the biting steel into the rock. The hands of the Roman Cloacarius, calloused and grimed, clearing the vital channel. The hands of the Chinese farmer, spreading the processed night soil onto his field with a practiced, even cast. The light, too, performs its universal duty. The thin, gray light of a winter dawn seeping into a longhouse. the brutal white light of the Mediterranean sun on the arena sand, the hazy, dust-choked light on the granite face of the mountain, the dim, lantern-struck light in the bowels of the sewer, the soft, pearly light of morning over a Chinese rice paddy, illuminating the geometric patterns of the flooded fields. The sounds persist as a low hum beneath history. The scratch of the quill, the tap of the chisel, the roar of the crowd, the blast of dynamite, the trickle of water in a drain, the rustle of grain in the wind. There is no conclusion to draw, only the endless return to the rhythm. The body tires, the light fades, the task, in some form, awaits the next day or the next generation. The narrative does not end. It merely pauses where it began, in the middle of an action, in the quality of a light, in the weariness that is both the price and the proof of a day lived within the great, slow pattern. The voice, having traversed centuries of toil and silence, finds its only suitable end in the description of a simple, continuous motion. A hand stirring a pot over a low fire, the steam rising in a slow coil, the shadows in the room deepening as another hour passes, unremarked upon, in the long, patient night. The final act of the day, across all times and places, was the surrender to darkness. This surrender was not a single moment, but a slow, granular dissolution. In the medieval hall, the last log settled on the andirons with a soft sigh, sending up a final constellation of sparks that winked out against the sooty ceiling. The circle of firelight shrank, its warm dominion retreating until it held only the hearthstones themselves. The figures around it became silhouettes, then mere suggestions of presence, their breathing the only sign of life in the thickening gloom. One by one, they would rise, their movements slow with weariness, and fade into the greater darkness of the sleeping area. The cold, held at bay for hours, began its gentle, insistent advance, reclaiming the corners of the room. In the gladiator's cell, darkness was a respite, a blanket thrown over the day's terror and the next day's fear. The sounds of the ludus, the clang of a distant gate, the murmur of guards became distant, muffled. Lying on a thin straw pallet, the man would stare into the black, feeling the ache of new bruises, the pull of healing wounds. His thoughts, if he allowed them, were not of glory, but of the minute sensations of survival. The remembered jar of a blocked sword strike, the slip of sand underfoot, the specific angle of a thrust that had narrowly missed. Sleep, when it came, was thin and brittle, easily shattered by the dream sound of a roaring crowd or the clatter of a dropped shield. The darkness here was not peaceful, but it was a pause, a temporary ceasefire between the fatigues of training and the unknowns of the arena. High on the mountain, as the last whistle blew, the silence that fell was profound. It was not the organic silence of nature, but a sudden, hollow quiet after hours of mechanical rage. The dust, stirred by the day's work, hung in the still air, visible in the long, slanting rays of the setting sun. The men, coated in gray powder, trudged down the catwalks, their bodies leaden with a fatigue born of constant vigilance and physical strain. The mountain, scarred and raw, stood against the darkening violet sky, the emerging faces now just deeper shadows in the rock. In the bunkhouse, the rituals of cleanliness were futile. The dust was in the pores, under the nails, in the creases of the neck. The night was for lying still, for feeling the deep tremble in the muscles slowly subside, for listening to the wind pick up outside, a sound now devoid of the day's danger, just a voice in the pines. In the scriptorium, the last stroke of the pen was laid down as the light from the high window failed. The illuminator would straighten, his back a column of pain, his eyes burning. He would carefully clean his brushes, placing them in their jar. The brilliant colors on his palette would harden, awaiting the next day's patience. He would cover the unfinished page with a cloth, a gesture of protection and deferral. The room, empty of its daytime focus, grew cold and still. His walk back to the dormitory was through silent cloisters, his own footsteps echoing, his mind still half caught in the miniature world of vine and beast he had been conjuring, the vivid blues and reds lingering behind his eyelids in the dark. In the narrow alley behind a Song Dynasty dwelling, the night soil collector made his final round. The buckets were full, the lids secure. The city around him was settling into its own version of quiet, the clatter of shutters closing, the last calls of street vendors fading. His burden was heavy, but its weight was a known quantity, a tangible conclusion to the day's essential circuit. He moved through pools of shadow and moonlight, a figure both necessary and unseen, a link in the chain that bound the city's waste to the countryside's fertility. For him, the night's beginning was the end of his work. His rest would come when others rose. And in the infirmary, the darkness was a medium for suffering and solace. The healer moved between pallets with a small, shielded lamp, its light painting hollows in the faces of the ill. A drink of water offered here, a damp cloth on a fevered brow there. For the patients, the night stretched their pain, made time elastic and cruel. The darkness amplified small sounds. The rasp of breath, the rustle of a blanket, the groan of a neighboring sufferer. For some, the night would bring the crisis, the fever breaking in a drenching sweat, or the quiet, final exhalation. The healer's vigil was a watch on this frontier, a steady presence in the face of the body's silent, solitary battles. Her own fatigue was a secondary current, acknowledged but ignored until her replacement came, and she could slip into her own cot, the smells of sickness and herbs clinging to her, her mind still echoing with the sounds of the infirmary as she fell into a shallow, listening sleep. The night, in all its forms, was the great leveler. It reduced empires to a collection of sleeping bodies, turned monuments back into silent stone, made the works of art and the tools of labor equally invisible. It was a time for the internal mechanisms, the dreaming mind, the healing body, the slow processes of digestion and recovery. The anxieties of the day, the ambitions, the fears, did not vanish, but they were softened, blurred by the lack of light, made manageable by the horizontal posture and the rhythm of sleep. The dawn, when it came, was never a repetition, but a subtle reconfiguration. The light falling on the same hearth, the same cell, the same mountain face, the same manuscript, the same alley, the same infirmary cot, would find them infinitesimally altered. The ash in the fireplace was colder. The gladiator's bruise had darkened. The mountain had a new pattern of drill holes. The ink on the parchment was drier. The alley was empty, the waste gone. The patient's fever had broken, or it had not. The cycle was not a circle, but a spiral, moving imperceptibly forward through decay and growth, through erosion and accumulation, through the wearing down of bodies and the slow building of things meant to last. The purpose of the voice of this long narration was not to tell a story with a beginning, middle, and end. It was to describe the texture of the wheel as it turns, to notice the grit caught between the teeth of the gears, the taste of dust, the smell of smoke, the ache in the joint, the quality of the silence after labor. The history of humanity is not in its treaties and battles, but in the accumulated weight of these sensations, in the shared grammar of fatigue and the small, private satisfactions of a task completed, a meal eaten, a night survived. As the final rotation completes, the focus rests on a single, timeless sensation: the cool side of the pillow. After the heat of the day, the closeness of the fire, or the stuffiness of a crowded room, the finding of that cool spot with the cheek is a minor, universal redemption. It is a signal from the body that it is ready to relinquish its hold, to drift. The mind, with its endless churn of memory and anticipation, begins to loosen its grip. The sounds of the world, the last crackle from the hearth, the distant howl of a wolf, the sigh of the wind in the pines, the murmur from the next room, recede, becoming not signals to be interpreted, but simply the ambient music of existence. The boundary between self and world softens. The breath deepens, synchronizes with the other breaths in the room, or with the rustle of leaves outside the window. The darkness is no longer something to be looked into, but something to be inhabited. Consciousness frays at the edges, unraveling into the welcome, formless void of the first sleep. The wheel turns. The night is long. There is no more to be said. Only the slow, patient turning. The final understanding, woven through the long tapestry of sensation and repetition, is that the past is not a foreign country. It is the same land, seen under a different weather. The fundamental anxieties, the gnaw of hunger, the bite of cold, the fear of the unseen illness, the weight of obligation, are constant currents beneath the changing surface of culture and technology. The body's needs are the oldest text, written in the language of fatigue, hunger, warmth, and rest. All civilizations, all epochs, are elaborate and varying responses to these immutable demands. The medieval peasant bundling sticks against the winter chill shares a kinship with the Mount Rushmore worker calculating his firewood for the Dakota winter. The Roman precarious clearing a blockage in the Cloaca Maxima performs the same essential civic function as the Song Dynasty night soil collector on his dawn rounds. Both are engineers of flow, preventing the stagnation that would poison their communities. The Greek athlete enduring the pain of repetitive motion to perfect his form is a brother to the medieval illuminator, whose aching back and strained eyes are the price of the perfect curve of a letter. Their pursuits are clothed in different ideologies, one for divine glory, the other for divine word, but the physical cost, the narrowing of the world to a single point of focus, is identical. The loneliness of the night watchman on the medieval walls, listening to the sounds of a sleeping world, is echoed in the profound isolation of the sailor in the crow's nest, adrift on a black sea under a vast, indifferent sky. The shared, wordless comfort of a family gathered close to a meager fire in a Viking longhouse resonates with the communal, weary silence of the gladiator's barracks after dusk. The texture of the companionship is different, but the human need for proximity in the face of a vast, cold universe is the same. What changes is not the core of the experience, but the furniture around it. The specific taste of the bread, coarse barley, or fine white wheat. The specific source of danger, the wolf at the forest edge or the pneumatic drill on a granite cliff. The specific nature of the obligation, feudal duty to a lord or the contractual obligation of a wage. The stories told to explain the world shift, from capricious spirits to the will of a single god to the laws of economics. But the need for a story, for a framework to make the chaos bearable, remains. The great insight offered by this slow, sensory journey across time is not about progress, but about continuity. The march of history is not a triumphant parade from darkness to light, but a slow, zigzagging walk through different kinds of weather, all experienced by the same vulnerable, yearning, tireless creature. The triumphs are small, local, and often invisible. A child surviving the winter, a field yielding enough, a roof that does not leak, a tool that fits the hand perfectly, a moment of understanding between two people over a shared task. The voice that has narrated this expanse now grows quiet, not because there is nothing left to say, but because the point has been made through accumulation. To continue would be to repeat the same truths in different costumes. The final image is not an image at all, but a return to the baseline from which all these variations spring, the rhythm of breath in a resting body. In the dark, whether on a straw pallet in a wattle hut, a stone bench in a cell, a bunk in a Dakota barracks, or a mat in a monastic dormitory, the body seeks its equilibrium. The breath deepens, the mind's chatter, the memory of the day's labor, the low hum of worry, all slowly subside, like sediment settling in still water. The world continues its rotations outside. The stars wheel on their ancient tracks. The wind moves from one valley to the next. Animals shift in their sleep. Embers turn from red to gray. But within the small, temporary shelter of consciousness granted by sleep, the long story of effort and endurance is paused. There is only the rise and fall of the chest, the faint pulse at the temple, the slow, patient work of repair being done by the body itself, in the dark, preparing without instruction for the return of the light and the resumption of the cycle. The wheel turns. It has always turned. It will turn again. The only appropriate response to this vast, repetitive truth is not analysis, but a kind of resigned, attentive participation. To notice the quality of the light on the dust, to feel the weight of the tool in the hand, to taste the sharpness of the water, to endure the ache, and to appreciate, however briefly, its absence. And then to continue. The night is long. The voice has finished its description. The rest is silence, and the simple, monumental fact of being here, now, in the endless middle of the turn. The work, ultimately, was a form of forgetting. Not the forgetting of history, but the forgetting of self. In the rhythmic swing of the scythe through ripe wheat, the mind did not dwell on the scythe, nor on the arm that swung it, nor on the hunger the wheat would later sate. There was only the arc, the hiss of the cut, the fall of the stalks. The carpenter planing a board did not think of himself as a carpenter, but became an extension of the plane, his consciousness flowing down his arm, into the tool, and out along the emerging ribbon of wood. The scribe copying a text vanished into the shapes of the letters, his identity dissolving into the meticulous replication of another's thought. This self-forgetting was the deepest peace available. It was a temporary union with the action itself, a liberation from the nagging, separate I with its fears, its regrets, its wants. Fatigue helped achieve this state. When the body was pushed to a certain threshold of exhaustion, the chattering ego grew quiet, too tired to maintain its monologue. There was only the next step, the next lift, the next breath. This was perhaps the greatest gift of a life bound to necessary labor, regular, sanctioned moments of transcendence through utter absorption. Contrast this with the torture of idle waiting. The soldier on guard duty on a quiet frontier, with no enemy in sight. The servant standing motionless in a castle corridor for hours, awaiting a summons that might not come. The accused in a cell waiting for a trial. Here, with the body still and the mind unchanneled by task, the self grew loud, monstrous, and anxious. Time became a sticky, suffocating substance. Every minor discomfort, an itch, a cramp, the cold of the stone floor, magnified into a torment. The mind would turn on itself, rehearsing past mistakes, imagining future disasters. This was a psychological weather far more damaging than physical strain. It was the weather of being trapped with one's own unfiltered consciousness, without the merciful distraction of use. Societies developed rituals, prayers, meditations to fill this void, but the fundamental terror of unoccupied stillness remained, a stark counterpoint to the blessed self-forgetting of deep work. The landscape of memory was not a linear record, but a layered sediment, where time was stratified not by dates but by sensory triggers. A particular smell, the scent of linden trees in bloom, could collapse decades, transporting an old woman not just to a childhood summer, but to the exact feeling of the grass beneath her bare feet and the sound of her mother's voice calling from the doorway. The taste of a specific hard cheese eaten only in winter could evoke not just a season, but the entire emotional texture of the dark months. The closeness of the hearth, the worry over stores, the particular quality of the winter light through thick, greased parchment windows. These memories were not recalled. They were refelt. They were total, immersive, and involuntary. History, for the individual, was this collection of sensory anchors. The death of a king was remembered as the day the bread tasted of ash because the millstream was clogged with refugees. A great plague was recalled not by mortality figures, but by the particular sweet rotten smell that hung in the air of the city that terrible summer, and the sound of the death cart's bell echoing off shuttered houses. Personal and collective history were fused at this sensory level, making the past not a series of events to be studied, but a set of potential experiences waiting to be reawakened by a smell, a taste, a quality of the light. The concept of beauty was inextricable from utility and survival. A well-made tool was beautiful because its form perfectly answered its function. The smooth curve of a scythe's blade, the balanced heft of a felling axe, the intricate joinery of a timber-framed house that would stand for centuries. This was beauty born of rightness. A fertile field, with its straight, green rows, was beautiful because it meant life. A healthy animal, its coat glossy, its eyes clear, was beautiful because it represented security. The stained glass of a cathedral was beautiful not just for its color, but because it told the sacred story that gave meaning to suffering, transforming harsh sunlight into a narrative of redemption. Beauty was rarely frivolous. It was a quality of efficiency, of health, of good order, or of successful mediation with the divine. The purely decorative, the intricate knotwork in the margin of a manuscript that served no illustrative purpose, the carved finial on a chair, was the exception. A tiny, hard-won space where the human spirit could play, could add a flourish simply for the joy of it, a small, defiant claim to creativity beyond mere necessity. The end of all things, for the individual, was understood not as an exit, but as a transformation of matter and memory. The body would fail. The hands that had gripped the plow, stirred the pot, held the child, would grow still. It would be washed, shrouded, and consigned to the earth. Its substance would slowly merge with the soil, becoming part of the field it might have once tilled. Its memory would live for a generation in the minds of those who knew it, in the cadence of a story told in their voice, in a habit of gesture adopted by a child, in the continued use of a bowl they had carved. Then, as those who remembered also faded, the individual would dissolve into the general memory of the place. My great-grandfathers farmed this land. The name would be lost, the specific face forgotten, but the fact of their presence, their labor, would remain in the subtle alterations they had made to the world. The hedgerow they planted, the stone wall they built, the particular strain of apple tree they grafted that still bore fruit. They became part of the landscape's biography, invisible but inherent. To be forgotten completely was the true death, but it was a slow process, resisted by story, by custom, by the physical marks left upon the world. In this way, even the most ordinary life achieved a kind of anonymous immortality. Its energy translated into the ongoing life of the family, the village, the very texture of the land. The final piece was this dissolution, a return to the cycle not as a participant, but as a component, the water returning to the cloud, the leaf to the soil, the breath to the wind. The great will turned, and the individual was both its driver and its fuel, a temporary pattern in the perpetual motion, remembered for a while in the warmth of the hearth they tended, and then forever in the silent, enduring fact of the turned earth, the standing stone, the depth of the night, and the slow, inevitable return of the light.